There is a before and after in my life, and the line that separates them has a first and last name, Liam Carter. It is not an abstract dividing line, like the end of adolescence or the beginning of adulthood, marked by symbolic rituals such as a graduation party or a first awkward kiss in the rain. It is a deep, irregular crack that opened up in the fabric of my daily existence, leaving scars that throb with every heartbeat. This story did not happen in the distant past of my adolescence, when fears are disguised as monsters under the bed and nightmares dissipate with the light of dawn. It happened a few years ago when I was 21 and believed with the naive arrogance of college youth that the world, though sometimes complicated by pop quizzes or fleeting heartbreaks, was an essentially safe place. A canvas where one could paint dreams without fear of shadows, erasing them with a stroke of a pen. I was in my third year of English literature at the University of Manchester, a city that vibrated with the energy of its cobbled streets and century-old pubs, where the smell of sour beer and chips mingled with the smoke of electronic cigarettes, sharing a small but cozy flat near campus with my best friend Chloe. The place was organized chaos, faded white walls splattered with posters of indie bands like The Smiths and Florence Plus, The Machine, a tiny kitchen where mismatched teacups piled up on the dish rack like unstable towers of Pisa, and a living room with a sunken sofa that smelled of vanilla from the candles Chloe lit to create atmosphere, although we often ended up laughing at how corny it sounded. Life was a pleasant mix of lectures in attic classrooms, where the professor lectured on Jane Austen with quixotic passion, endless essays that I typed until dawn on my Dell laptop with a screen scratched by a coffee accident, nights of cheap wine, bottles of Jacob's Creek that we bought at Tesco supermarket for £4, drinking from plastic cups while watching reruns of Friends on the flat-screen TV we had bought secondhand, and the exciting promise of a future to be built, postgraduate scholarships at Oxford, backpacking trips around Europe with Chloe, a job at a publishing house where I could lose myself in worlds of ink and words. All that fell apart with the arrival of Liam, a silent storm that came in without warning, eroding my world, drop by drop, until only ruins remained. He was the new kid in class, a transfer student who joined halfway through the first semester, slipping like a shadow between the rows of scratched wooden desks in the humanities classroom, a Gothic building with vaulted ceilings that dripped in the English rain and stone staircases that echoed with the sound of hundreds of hurried footsteps. His name was Liam Carter, according to the register that the secretary handed out with a distracted smile, and he came from a coastal town in Wales, a place of gray cliffs and rough seas that he described in fleeting conversations with a drawling accent that made the vowels sound like waves crashing against rocks. He had that quiet, slightly ungainly air that in another context I would have found shy, even endearing, like the protagonist of a Bronte novel lost in the fog of the moors. Tousled brown hair that fell over his forehead in uneven strands, thin-rimmed glasses that slid down his aquiline nose, and a worn canvas backpack that seemed to carry the weight of untold secrets. He sat next to me in a Victorian fiction class, a session on Jane Eyre, where the professor, an eccentric man with a tweed vest and unkempt beard, projected blurry slides of Thornfield Hall onto the chalk-stained wall, and asked me, in a low voice that barely rose above the hum of the projector, if he could share my notes from the previous week. "Sorry, I'm new and missed the first few classes," he murmured, his pale blue eyes, like the winter sky over the Welsh Sea, I thought then, drifting to the floor, where his frayed Converse sneakers scraped against the worn linoleum. I handed them over without thinking, a simple act of student courtesy, my spiral notebook pages filled with scribbles about the purifying fire and the Rochester lock-in, with arrows and underlines in blue pen that smudged in the corners. He took it with long, pale fingers, murmuring a thank you that sounded genuine, and for a moment, we exchanged a fleeting smile, the kind shared between strangers on a crowded bus. a simple gesture that, I now fear with the weight of hindsight, he interpreted as a master key that opened the door to my life, an implicit permission to cross thresholds I didn't even know existed. At first, his attention was subtle, almost imperceptible, like the first wisp of fog seeping through a half-open window on a misty Manchester morning, enveloping the contours without alerting the senses. A like on an old Instagram photo, a picture of Chloe and me at a summer festival 2 years ago, with wildflower crowns in our hair and glasses of cider in our hands, laughing under a sun filtering through cottony clouds. A virtual thumb that appeared on my feed as I drank coffee in the campus cafeteria, steam rising from the cracked porcelain cup like a distracted sigh. A kind comment under a post about a book I had reviewed on my personal blog, an analysis of Wuthering Heights, where I explored the toxicity of Heathcliff's possessive love, ironically. Words like, interesting perspective, Amanda. I love how you see the shadows and passion, that I read on the crowded subway, the rattling of the cars drowning out the rapid pulse in my ears. Then he started showing up in the same places I did, as if the campus, with its cobbled courtyards dotted with students wearing backpacks and headphones, the scent of old books wafting from the John Rylands library like an antique perfume, had shrunk to a stage where our paths crossed with a frequency that bordered on the improbable. In the library, where I took refuge among the shelves of the 19th century literature section, surrounded by leather-bound volumes that smelled of dust and faded ink, I would find him at the adjacent table, his head bent over a book of romantic poetry, looking up with a smile that seemed casual. What a coincidence, Amanda. I just came to look for this very volume by Bronte. In the campus cafeteria, a corner with scratched formica tables and vending machines that hummed like old refrigerators, where I ordered a latte with foam that melted too quickly. I would see him in line behind me, commenting on the weather in that low voice. Another gray day, huh? Perfect for reading indoors. In the park behind the arts building, a green oasis with splintered wooden benches and a pond where ducks swam lazily under weeping willows, where I used to spread out a plaid blanket and read under the sun filtered through the leaves. He would appear out of nowhere, with a sandwich wrapped in wax paper in his hand. This is my favorite bench, too. Do you mind if I join you? There aren't many quiet places around here. Chloe was the first to notice with that keen intuition she had for social dynamics, like a radar that detected emotional storms before the thunder rolled. It was a Thursday afternoon, the kind of day when Manchester's drizzle soaks everything without actually getting you wet, leaving the air heavy with the smell of wet asphalt and fallen leaves that stick to the soles of your boots. We were in the kitchen of our apartment, a narrow space with white tiles splattered with tea stains, and a window overlooking an alley where stray cats meowed at midnight. Preparing dinner, pasta with tomato sauce from a jar that Chloe had improved with chopped garlic and fresh basil from Affleck's Palace Market. Steam rising from the pot in spirals that fogged up Chloe's glasses as she stirred with a splintered wooden spoon. Hey, that guy Liam. Don't you think he's a little too present? She said, her voice casual but with a hint of concern, turning to look at me as I chopped onions on the scratched wooden board, tears welling up not only from the sting, but from a growing unease I didn't want to name. He shows up everywhere, as if he had a GPS installed in your backpack or something. Liam. No, he's just shy, I replied, shrugging it off with a shrug that was meant to be carefree, though my knife hesitated for a second on the onion, the juice stinging my fingers. He's adjusting to college, coming from a small town. He's nice, just looking for friends. Forced socializing isn't a crime, Chloe. She rolled her eyes, serving the pasta onto mismatched plates, mine with a chip on the edge that made it look like an irregular map, and muttered something about girl instincts as we set the makeshift table in the living room, tea candles flickering in brass holders we'd bought at a thrift store, but her words stuck in me like a splinter, a subtle prick that grew with each subsequent coincidence, a buzzing in the back of my mind that competed with the ticking of the wall clock marking the hours as reminders of feigned normality. But coincidence soon turned into persistence, a constant drip that eroded my confidence like water on the limestone cliffs of Wales that he boasted about. He began waiting for me outside my classes, leaning against the red brick wall of the humanities building with his hands in the pockets of his frayed denim jacket, smoke from an e-cigarette curling lazily from his lips, smelling of burnt cotton candy. "Amanda, are you going to the library? I can walk you there," he would say, his voice a low purr that was meant to be casual but made my steps quicken instinctively, the weight of my backpack suddenly like an anchor. He insisted on walking with me to my next destination, the bus stop for the 147 rattling down Oxford Road, or the Nero Cafe where I took refuge with a double Americano to write essays under fluorescent lights that buzzed like a swarm, his strides lengthening to match mine, his presence beside me like a shadow that doesn't fade with the sun. His conversations, once innocuous and peppered with comments about shared readings. "What do you think of the moral ambiguity in Great Expectations? Dickens always leaves me with a knot in my stomach," began to take on a possessive tone, a silk thread that tangled invisibly around my neck. "That skirt is very short. Aren't your legs cold? You should wear something warmer, Amanda. I don't want you to catch a cold," he would say in the park, his gaze sliding over my tight jeans like an uninvited caress, making me cross my arms over my chest. "I saw you talking to Mark from philosophy at the party on Friday. He's not your type, Amanda. He's not good enough for you. Too superficial. He doesn't appreciate your depth." The words were wrapped in feigned concern, but the subtext was clear. Surveillance, control, a map he was drawing of my life without my permission. The discomfort settled in my stomach like a cold, heavy stone, a knot that tightened with each casual encounter, turning meals in the campus dining hall, stale turkey sandwiches wrapped in plastic that I chewed flavorlessly, into tests of endurance, my appetite evaporating under the weight of his gaze that seemed to follow me, even when he wasn't there. I began to vary my routines with the paranoia of a spy in enemy territory. I would leave through the back door of the classroom building, a forgotten access point that led to an alleyway lined with trash cans that smelled of curry leftovers and sour beer. I took longer routes home, meandering through Deansgate with its vinyl shops and independent bookstores, where I lost myself among shelves of forgotten novels, feigning interest in rare editions of Woolf to throw off any shadows. But he always seemed to find out, as if he had invisible radar tuned to my frequency, appearing on the corner of a street with a ready excuse. "Amanda, I was just heading in the same direction. Fancy a coffee?" One November afternoon, with the North Sea wind whipping dead leaves across the sidewalks and the sky leaden gray over the Victorian rooftops, when I got home, our flat on a residential street in Chorlton, with red brick facades and rusty mailboxes dripping after the rain, I found a small package leaning against the front door, wrapped in crumpled brown paper and tied with jute string that smelled of damp earth. There was no sender, just my name written in black ink in angular, cramped handwriting that I instantly recognized as Liam's, the letters leaning forward as if rushing eagerly toward me. Inside, wrapped in soft cotton that crinkled as I unwrapped it, was a cheap necklace with a silver-plated heart, the metal cold and light in my palm, engraved with a tiny cursive L. Attached was a note on the same paper. "So you can carry my heart close to yours. Always L." Fear at last took deep root, a poisonous tree that entangled itself in my gut with thorns that pricked every breath. I showed it to Chloe that same night, the floor lit by the flickering light of a lava lamp bubbling lazily on the nightstand, the scent of cinnamon candles floating in the air like a failed attempt at warmth. She took it in her hands, her purple-painted nails drumming on the metal, and her face, normally radiant with freckles and a smile that lit up rooms, changed, turning pale and ashen in the yellow light. "This isn't normal, Amanda. This is harassment. Literally. We should go to the police, or at least talk to the course tutor." Her words were an anchor in the storm raging in my head, but I shook my head, the heavy necklace in my pocket like a river stone. "It's just a gift, Chloe. You're overreacting. I'll handle it." The next day, under a Manchester sky that spat out a fine, persistent rain that soaked coats and made the puddles on the sidewalks reflect blurry neon lights, I approached him before literary theory class. The classroom, with its desks lined up like soldiers, and the smell of chalk and damp books hanging in the air. I found him in the hallway, leaning against the wall with an open but unread Foucault book, his glasses sliding down his nose as he pretended to concentrate. I handed him back the necklace, the metal still cold in my sweaty palm, trying to keep my voice steady as the spine of a well-bound book. "Liam, this is very kind of you, but I can't accept it. And I need you to understand that we're just classmates. Nothing more. Please respect that." His smile vanished like smoke in the wind, his lips tightening into a thin line that made his face look carved from hard wood, and his pale eyes, for the first time, locked onto mine with an icy intensity that froze my blood, like the edge of a knife pressed against skin not yet cut. He didn't say a word, not a stammered apology, not a clumsy explanation. He just picked up the necklace with fingers that closed like claws, the metal tinkling softly in his palm, turned around with a fluid movement that accidentally brushed my shoulder, and walked down the hall, his footsteps echoing on the linoleum like a clock, marking the end of an illusion. I thought naively, with the fleeting relief of someone escaping a storm, that it was over, that silence was victory, and that I could return to my routines without looking over my shoulder. It was the beginning of hell, a gradual descent into an abyss that opened beneath my feet with every step I took on the cobbled streets of the city. The coincidences became a constant and ominous presence, a ghost that does not whisper but lurks in the corners of my peripheral vision, making every shadow lengthened by the sunset look like his ungainly silhouette. I would see him on the street, parked in front of my building, in a car I didn't know he had, an old silver Vauxhall Astra with dents in the fenders and Welsh license plates that glowed under the orange streetlights, the engine purring lazily as he smoked an e-cigarette in the driver's seat, the red glow illuminating his face in intermittent flashes like the eyes of a predator in the night. The messages on social media became more frequent and strange, a digital bombardment that filled my notifications like toxic confetti, likes on photos from years ago that I didn't remember uploading, comments that bordered on the intimate, "That photo looks beautiful on you, Amanda. I love how the sun lights up your hair. Remember when we talked about romantic poetry? That inspired me." And then blocks that lasted for hours until I created a new profile with a fake name, only to find a DM from an anonymous account. "You can't hide from me. I know it's you." He started sending photos that I hadn't uploaded anywhere, stolen snapshots of my everyday life. Me entering the university through the main gate, the wind ruffling my hair, and my red scarf waving like a flag of surrender taken from across the street with a telephoto lens that made the world look like an inverted telescope. Me shopping at the Aldi supermarket in Fallowfield, pushing a squeaky cart full of Greek yogurts and packets of cheap pasta. My distracted expression captured at an angle that made me look vulnerable. Me taking out the trash to the bin in the alley behind the flat, the rusty green bin dripping liquid waste onto the asphalt, dressed in old flannel pajamas that smelled of cheap detergent. They were the digital version of a shadow, surveillance evidence that made me shower with the door closed and the lights on, checking the curtains twice before changing my clothes. Then the letters arrived in my mailbox, a postal ritual that transformed the postman's click into a sound of anticipated terror, the white envelope sliding through the brass slot with a whisper that echoed in the empty hallway. Handwritten in that same angular, cramped style I recognized as Liam's, letters leaning forward as if running anxiously, blue Bic pen ink smudging slightly at the corners. They no longer spoke of romantic love or poetic admiration, but of absolute possession, a manifesto of control unfolding in short, chilling paragraphs. You are mine, Amanda, only mine. Every smile you give to another is a theft I will collect. Don't ignore me. You won't like the consequences. Remember the lake, how I drowned you for a second. I can do it forever. I dream about you every night. Soon, I won't need to dream. Chloe and I went to the police that same week. The gray brick building in central Manchester, with its cold fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee and forms printed on cheap paper, where a uniformed officer with a gray mustache and an expression of eternal boredom greeted us in an interrogation room with scratched metal tables and plastic chairs that creaked under our weight. He filled out a form with details I scribbled on a shaky piece of paper. My full name, apartment address, description of Liam with details I was embarrassed to say aloud. Pale blue eyes, messy brown hair, Welsh accent, and sighed at the end. As long as there's no direct threat or physical contact, Miss Clark, there's little we can do legally. Block him on social media, change your passwords, ignore his messages. That usually works with this type of obsessive admirer. His tone was patronizing, as if he were talking about a mischievous puppy rather than a man who was systematically dismantling my sense of security, turning my home into a cage and my outings into landmines. Ignore him, as if he were an annoying mosquito that could be swatted away, and not a man who was weaving an invisible web of control around my life, thread by thread, with the patience of a spider. The stone in my stomach turned into an anvil, stretching the nights into endless vigils, where the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen sounded like someone else's heartbeat, and the creaking of the floorboards under my bare feet sounded like footsteps in the hallway. I changed my phone number for the third time, a new number I shared only with Chloe and my parents, deleted all my social media accounts, deleting profiles with fingers trembling on the keyboard, photos of trips to the Cotswolds with Chloe where we laughed in torrential rain, posts about books I loved like Plath's The Bell Jar, which now read like sinister prophecies. It was like erasing myself from the digital map, an act of self-disappearance that left a hollow void in my routine where I used to check notifications over breakfast, toast with strawberry jam that stuck to the roof of my mouth, and now there was only the accusing silence of a blank screen. I managed to finish the semester from a distance, attending lectures on Zoom in my room with the camera off and the microphone muted, typing essays in Chorlton's public libraries where the smell of borrowed books mingled with that of stale cheese sandwiches, completely avoiding the campus with its courtyards that now seemed like traps and classrooms that echoed with the sound of his voice. I graduated in a virtual ceremony, my black gown hanging in the closet like an unused shroud, the digital diploma arriving by email with a congratulations that sounded hollow in the silence of my apartment, where Chloe and I toasted with bottles of cheap Prosecco that bubbled too effervescently, an attempt at celebration that didn't feel real. It was a new beginning, or so I told myself when I landed a job as a marketing assistant at a graphic design company in central Manchester, an industrial loft in spinning fields with exposed brick walls and glass tables that reflected computer screens buzzing with advertising campaigns, the air heavy with the scent of machine-brewed coffee and laser printer ink. The salary was modest, but enough for a new apartment, in a building with an intercom and security cameras that blinked in the lobby like watchful eyes. A bright space overlooking the canals that snaked through the city like veins of black water. For a few months, I breathed with fragile relief, like a swimmer emerging after a long dive. Morning walks along Deansgate locks, where the water reflected neon lights, coffees at independent cafes like Federal, where latte art melted into abstract shapes, movie nights alone on the sofa with microwave popcorn crunching between my teeth. I thought I had left it behind, that Liam was a closed chapter, a bad dream dispelled by the dawn of independence, until they hired a new intern at the office, an announcement in the internal newsletter that I read distractedly while sipping my coffee during the midday break, the steam rising in spirals that fogged up my glasses. The first day I saw him, leaning against the human resources desk with a folder of papers under his arm and a smile that didn't reach his pale blue eyes. Those eyes I now recognized as bottomless pits, cold as the Irish Sea in winter. The world stopped for a moment, time freezing like raindrops suspended in the air. He was in the meeting room, explaining his role to the HR manager, a 50-year-old woman in a silk blouse and pearl earrings that tinkled like distant bells, his voice slurred by the Welsh accent that now sounded like gravel scraping metal. "Liam Carter, nice to meet you," he said, extending a hand that I shook out of professional courtesy, his skin cold and dry against mine, a contact that lasted a second too long and sent a chill down my spine like an electric current. He looked at me, and in his eyes there was no surprise, not the flicker of chance coincidence or the blush of an awkward reunion, only a quiet certainty, that of a hunter who has finally cornered his prey after months of patient tracking, his pupils dilating slightly like those of a cat in the dim light. "Amanda," he said, his voice a silky, poisonous thread that tangled in the air of the room, the scent of his cheap cologne, a mixture of sandalwood and something metallic, like rusty blood, invading my personal space. What a small world, isn't it? Manchester is big, but not so big that we won't cross paths again. The words were casual, wrapped in a smile that stretched his thin lips over white but uneven teeth, but the subtext was a hook that dug into my flesh. "I found you, and this time you won't escape." I tried to stay calm that afternoon, my fingers trembling on the keyboard as I replied to emails about social media campaigns for a fashion client, the cursor blinking accusingly on the screen like a watchful eye. I went to the office of Mr. Hargreaves, the marketing director, a burly 60-year-old man with a loose tie and a gray mustache that looked like an antique toothbrush, whose office smelled of pipe tobacco and yellowed files, and explained the situation in a voice that was meant to be professional but came out broken, as if the words were stuck in my parched throat. "Mr. Hargreaves, there's a problem with the new intern. I know him from college, and there have been incidents, harassment. I don't feel comfortable working with him." He listened, nodding with eyebrows furrowed like cannons across his forehead, but his response was a paternalistic sigh, the kind of advice you give a rebellious niece. "Amanda, I understand that universities can be intense places, but here we are, a family. Liam comes recommended by my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, a good guy from Wales who needs a break. Give him time, integrate him. If there are real problems, document them. But accusations without evidence, well, they can complicate things for everyone. My complaint, my word against that of such a quiet and studious guy who arrived on time with ironed shirts and an impeccable notebook, would carry no weight in a small company where personal relationships are everything. Team coffees in pubs with bitter beer that sticks to the palate. Christmas parties with sparkling punch and out-of-tune carols. Worse still, it could cost me the job I so desperately needed, the salary that paid for my apartment, overlooking the canal where red-painted barges sailed lazily by, the benefits that covered my weekly therapy with a counselor who helped me process residual post-traumatic stress from college. I felt trapped in a perfect web, threads of family loyalty and fear of scandal coiling around my ankles, immobilizing me in a place where every step toward freedom threatened to break my legs. The following days were meticulous torture, a ballet of evasions and forced proximities that made the office air, laden with the hum of printers and the click of keyboards, thick as molasses. Liam used his new position to be close to me, a predator disguised as an efficient colleague. "Amanda, can you help me with this file of past campaigns?" "I can't find the one for the summer clothing line," he would say in the common room, his body leaning too close over my desk, the warmth of his breath brushing my ear as he pointed at the screen, the scent of his cologne invading my space like a toxic fog. "Do you need to accompany me to this client meeting downtown? To take notes, you know. Your handwriting is so clear," he insisted in the hallways, his hand accidentally brushing mine as he handed me a folder. A contact that lasted a second too long and sent nausea rising up my esophagus. Always with that fake smile that stretched his lips but left his pale eyes empty, like frozen wells, his gaze sliding over my body, over the curve of my white blouse, the hem of my gray skirt, like a dirty hand caressing without permission, making me cross my legs under the desk and adjust my jacket with trembling fingers. The most visceral event, the one that still wakes me up sweating in the darkness of my current bedroom, with sheets tangled around my legs and my heart galloping like a runaway horse, happened on a quiet February afternoon when Manchester's winter clung to the air with icy claws and rain pattered against the loft windows like impatient fingers. I had gone to the small company dining room, a makeshift corner with a white formica table splattered with coffee rings and a coffee machine that gurgled like an asthmatic lung, the aroma of roasted beans mingling with that of stale microwave sandwiches, to make myself a coffee before a budget meeting, steam rising from the blue cup with my name written in faded black marker. A ritual that anchored me to the normality of the day. The room was empty, or so I thought, the echo of my low heels reverberating on the worn linoleum, the fluorescent light buzzing above my head like an invisible swarm. As I approached the counter to add sugar from a glass jar with a scratched lid, I saw a movement behind the side table in the darkest corner, a shadow stirring like a silhouette in a black and white horror movie. It was Liam. He had his back to the door, his lanky figure leaning over the table, the pants of his gray suit, the same one he wore to impress at meetings, with pleats marking his slim hips, pulled down to his ankles, revealing crumpled white boxers and pale legs covered in dark hair. In one hand, he held his cell phone, the screen lit with a bluish glow that cast dancing shadows on his bowed face, and I recognized with a knot in my stomach a photo of me from Instagram, from a trip to the beach in Blackpool years earlier. Chloe and I in sun-faded bikinis, laughing with vanilla ice cream dripping from our hands, the gray choppy North Sea in the background like an ominous backdrop. In her other hand, she was masturbating, rhythmic, frantic movements arching her back beneath her light blue shirt, the gasps of her ragged breathing echoing in the silence of the room like a faulty motor. And he was doing it right over my coffee cup, the blue cup I always used, the pre-seminal fluid dripping into the cold black liquid like poison in a chalice. Time froze in that instant, the world reduced to a tunnel of visceral horror, the hum of the fluorescent light amplifying into a wail, the aroma of roasted coffee twisting into something rancid and metallic like bile, my feet nailed to the floor as if the linoleum had turned to quick-setting cement. I saw his back arch in a spasm, heard his ragged breathing transform into a low guttural moan that reverberated off the walls, and then I saw him with a clarity that burned my retinas. He ejaculated into my cup, whitish, disgusting spurts mixing with the rest of the cold coffee, the liquid bubbling slightly with the intrusion, a nauseating swirl swirling like a vortex of disgust. A wave of disgust and panic flooded me, a tsunami that rose up my throat and choked my breath, my stomach convulsing in dry retches that doubled me over. I screamed, a muffled guttural sound that came out of my chest like the roar of a wounded beast, tearing through the silence of the room like breaking glass. He turned slowly, pulling up his pants with an obscene calm that made the act seem routine, like buttoning a button, his face pale, beads of sweat on his forehead, and his lips parted in a satisfied smile, turning toward me with the slowness of a predator savoring its prey. He didn't seem ashamed, not the blush of someone caught in a private act. He seemed satisfied, his pale eyes shining with an inner light that was not pleasure but triumph, as if he had marked his territory on an invisible map. You, was all I could articulate, the words sticking in my throat like thorns, my body shaking violently, my knees threatening to give way beneath me, the world spinning in spirals of nausea and disbelief. "You always liked your coffee strong, didn't you, Amanda?" he said, his voice a silky whisper that tangled in the stale air, fastening his belt with deliberate fingers, the click of metal echoing like a final verdict. And his smile was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. A stretch of lips revealing jagged teeth and a promise of more horrors to come. His eyes fixed on me as if he had already skinned me alive. I ran out of the dining room, my heels slipping on the linoleum as if on ice, tears blinding me in a salty torrent that wet my blouse, and dripped into the hallway where strangers passed by with folders under their arms, their chatter about deadlines drowned out by the roar of my pulse. I ran straight to Mr. Hargreaves' office, my heart hammering against my ribs like a prisoner in a cell, bursting in without knocking with a push that sent the door bouncing against the wall, the handle hitting the plaster with a dull thud. "Mr. Hargreaves, Liam, the intern, just, I gasped, my voice a hoarse croak, the words shattering in my mouth like broken glass, the air escaping in ragged sobs as I doubled over, hands on my knees, vomit rising acidly in my esophagus. "Amanda, are you okay? Sit down for God's sake," he said, rising from his mahogany desk with genuine concern on his face, deep wrinkles around his eyes, his gray mustache trembling slightly, guiding me to a leather chair that creaked under my weight, the scent of his aftershave lotion, a mixture of sandalwood and citrus, an incongruous contrast to my panic. "Liam," he ejaculated in my cup. He was masturbating to my photos on his phone, on my coffee. I finally managed to spit out, the words coming out in a hot, humiliating torrent. My face burning as if I had been slapped, tears rolling down my cheeks and dripping onto my trembling hands. Mr. Hargreaves' expression hardened, shifting from alarm to rigid discomfort, as if he had bitten into an unexpected lemon, his eyebrows furrowing into a deep furrow that plowed his sweaty forehead. It wasn't the visceral horror I expected, the cry of outrage that would invoke the police or immediate dismissal. It was one of disbelief tinged with instinctive protection, a veil descending over his brown eyes. "Amanda, please. That's a very serious accusation, the kind that can destroy careers. Liam is a good kid, quiet, hardworking. He comes in early, stays late, does his job without complaint. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret it? Maybe he was fixing his clothes after an accident or something harmless." Young people are sometimes clumsy. I froze in that chair, the leather sticking to my sweaty thighs, the world tilting like a ship in a storm, his voice echoing in my ears like a distant echo. "He's my brother-in-law, Amanda," he added, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur, sitting back down and interlacing his fingers on the desk, his knuckles white as bones. "My wife's younger brother. Family, you know how it is. It would be absolute chaos if this came out. I'm asking you to think this through for everyone's sake. You don't want to ruin a young man's life over a misunderstanding, do you? We can talk to him, clear it up internally. Let's keep it in the family." I left his office feeling more violated than if he had touched me physically, a deep disgust rising in my throat like bile. My body no longer mine, but a desecrated territory. My workspace, the shared tables with laughter over memes on Slack, the coffee breaks where we gossiped about picky clients, turned into a minefield where every glance from Liam was a silent explosion. My truth was not mine. It was diluted in family loyalty, in the "for the sake of everyone" that weighed like chains. I went home that day on the number 50 bus, the rattle of the wheels over the potholes echoing in my skull like hammer blows, and I threw up in the bathroom on the floor, the cold tile against my cheek as the world spun in spirals of nausea. Chloe's cat, a Siamese named Oliver, who meowed confusedly from the doorway, licking my salty tears. I kept going to work for weeks, moving like an automaton programmed for survival, my steps measured along the gray carpeted hallway that muffled the sound of my heels, answering emails with fingers, typing empty formulas, smiling in meetings where Mr. Hargreaves talked about team unity, while Liam nodded from the back, his presence a weight in the air like ozone before a storm. I avoided Liam like the bubonic plague, taking circular routes through the hallways so as not to run into him, asking colleagues to cover for me in shared tasks with excuses of headaches, eating lunches in the bathroom with a stale turkey sandwich that I chewed without taste, the mirror reflecting a pale, haggard face that I barely recognized. But he knew I was defenseless, that the web had closed around me with invisible threads of family complicity. He knew he had won this round, and he wanted to claim his prize with the greed of a collector adding a rare piece to his display case. One afternoon in March, with winter giving way to a timid sun that filtered through the clouds and made the puddles in the parking lot shine like broken mirrors, he asked me to help him look for some old files in one of the storage offices, a forgotten basement beneath the main building, a labyrinth of metal shelves crammed with dusty cardboard boxes labeled with faded dates, the air thick and stale, smelling of moldy paper and rancid ink, lit by fluorescent bulbs that flickered like tired eyes. It was such an obvious trap that I'm ashamed I didn't see it coming, bait-wrapped in the professional excuse of, "I need those reports for the spring project, Amanda. You know the system better than anyone." I rode down with him in the creaky elevator, the confined space amplifying the buzz of my pulse in my ears, the scent of his cheap cologne invading the air like toxic fog, my hand clutching the phone in my pocket like a useless talisman. The moment the door closed behind me with a metallic click that echoed like a cell bolt, I knew what was going to happen, primitive instinct screaming in my head like an alarm siren. But panic had already paralyzed my legs, my heart beating erratically against my ribs. He turned toward me with deliberate slowness, the flickering light casting angular shadows on his face that made him look like a mask of melted wax. There was no longer a fake smile or drawl to disguise his intention, only that icy intensity in his pale eyes, a faded blue like ice in a forgotten glass, fixed on me with the precision of a predator that has smelled blood. "It's time to stop playing, Amanda," he said, his voice a low growl that vibrated in the confined space, taking a step forward that made the linoleum creak under his polished shoes, the air between us thick with ozone and menace. "You've run long enough. Now you're going to be mine for real." "Liam, please," I begged, my voice coming out in a broken thread that tangled in the basement dust, backing up until I bumped into a metal shelf that swayed precariously, cardboard boxes teetering like towers about to fall, dust rising in clouds that stung my eyes and throat. It doesn't have to be this way. Please let me go." "No. No more please. No more running away or excuses. I'm going to do it to you here, in this dark hole where no one can hear us, or I'm going to do it to you in the parking lot in the rain, with the world passing by indifferently. You choose, Amanda, but choose quickly." His words were a hammer pounding at my defenses, each syllable laden with sadistic certainty, his hands reaching out to me like claws, long fingers curling in anticipation. He forced me to my knees on the cold, dusty floor, the linoleum scraping my knees through nylon stockings that ripped like wounded skin, his weight pressing my head down with one hand tangled in my hair, pulling hard enough to tear out strands and tears. The taste of salt and power, his skin salty from the day's sweat, the rancid musk of his arousal invading my nostrils like poison, filled my mouth. The sound of his heavy, panting breath echoing in the basement like a faulty motor, amplified by the bare walls that returned cruel echoes. The feeling of suffocation was total, my throat convulsing around him as hot tears rolled down my cheeks and dripped onto the floor, mixing with the dust in dirty puddles. The emptiness in my chest expanded like a black hole, sucking in the air, the dignity, the illusion of control that I had maintained with tooth and nail. Terror washed over me in waves, each wave a punch to the soul, fragmented thoughts, spinning in my mind like leaves in a gale. Chloe asking about me at the apartment. The phone vibrating uselessly in my pocket with unread text messages. My mother calling from the village to ask about work, oblivious to the abyss opening up beneath my feet. It was an act of absolute domination, of annihilation of the self I had been. The Amanda who laughed in pubs with Chloe, who dreamed of award-winning novels, who walked through Manchester without looking back, leaving in its place a hollow shell marked by the stench of him that stuck to my tongue like tar. When he was done, he pulled away with a satisfied grunt, fastening his belt with deliberate fingers that clinked like chains, his ruddy, sweaty face illuminated by the flickering light that made him look like a demon from a cheap movie. He looked at me with disdain, not with the post-coital tenderness of a lover, but with the contempt of a conqueror who has claimed his territory, his pale eyes scanning me as if assessing damage. Now you're mine, Amanda, in every way. And if you tell anyone, Chloe, the police, that walrus-mustached boss of yours, I'll show them the video I just recorded with my phone and say that you provoked it, that you begged me on your knees like the whore you are. He took his phone out of his pocket, the screen lighting up with a grainy but clear video, my face distorted by crying and suffocation, his hand in my hair like a noose, his thumb sliding to pause it with a smile stretching his thin lips. I left that storage office like a zombie, staggering up the creaky stairs to the world above, the linoleum in the main hallway sticking to my shoes as if trying to hold me back, the hum of the fluorescent lights now a deafening wail in my head. The rest of the day was a blur. Emails answered with hands shaking on the keyboard, colleagues asking, "Are you okay, Amanda? You look ill," with concerned smiles that I responded to with lies about stomach flu, the bus ride home where the rattling of the wheels echoed like mocking laughter. The next day, from the privacy of my apartment, with the curtains drawn against the gray Manchester light and Chloe's cat meowing confusedly at my feet, I emailed my resignation to Mr. Hargreaves, a short, professional paragraph that made no mention of the basement, or the video, or the bitter taste that still lingered on my tongue. For personal reasons, I am forced to resign with immediate effect. I appreciate the opportunity. I gave no explanations, expected no replies. I simply disappeared from that life, deleting my work email and blocking numbers like a ghost fading at dawn. But it didn't end there. Like a chapter closing with a sigh of relief, Liam wasn't going to let his trophy, me, marked by his violence like a canvas splattered with black paint, get away so easily. His obsession, a fire that cannot be extinguished with water, but is fanned by the wind of pursuit. He began to appear at night, a specter materializing in the darkness of my new flat, a temporary apartment in a concrete block in the suburb of Withington, overlooking a park where dogs barked at the moon and the smell of fish and chips wafted from a nearby shop. He rang the doorbell again and again, an insistent ding-dong piercing the midnight silence like a drill through bone, the sound reverberating in the empty hallway where the emergency lights flashed red like bleeding eyes. I could see him through the peephole, standing motionless on the worn doormat, his ungainly figure wrapped in a black jacket that made him look like a silhouette cut out of a horror movie, his pale face illuminated by the light of the cell phone he held like a cursed lantern, his eyes fixed on the door as if he could pierce it with his gaze. He left gifts on the doormat when I didn't answer, packages wrapped in yellowed newspaper that crinkled when opened, revealing underwear torn with blunt scissors, black lace that smelled of his cologne and something darker like stale sweat, porcelain dolls whose heads he had violently torn off, the empty sockets staring at me like silent accusations, the synthetic hair tangled like mine after a night of crying. Once, at 3 a.m, I woke up with my heart in my throat from a thud against the glass, sleep dissipating like fog to reveal his face pressed against my bedroom window, the glass fogged up by his hot breath, her pale eyes enlarged by proximity, her nose pressed against the frame like a pig at a trough, watching me in bed with tangled sheets, her mouth moving in silent words that I read on her lips, Mine. Panic paralyzed me, my body rigid as a salt statue, until Chloe burst into the room with a cricket bat we'd found in the closet, screaming, "Get out," as she called the police, her voice an anchor in the storm. The police, once again, were as useless as a broken umbrella in a flood. The sergeant on duty, a square-jawed man in a wrinkled uniform who smelled of donuts, and double shifts, taking notes in a pad with a pen that kept jamming, his expression of eternal boredom deepening with every detail. "Without evidence of an imminent threat, Miss Clark. No fingerprints on the glass, no eyewitnesses. Just your word against that of a man who says he was walking around the neighborhood. We can't act. Change the locks, install a camera, and stay calm. These guys usually tire themselves out." His advice was a hollow echo of the last time, a bureaucratic mantra that did nothing to calm the terror gnawing at my insides like slow acid, turning nights into vigils where the slightest creak of the building, a neighbor walking upstairs, the wind whipping the shutters, was his footsteps approaching. I couldn't live like this. A walking shell in a world that had turned hostile, where every outing was an expedition into enemy territory and every return a fleeting relief that lasted until the next doorbell rang. I couldn't breathe. The air of Manchester, laden with industrial smoke and broken promises, suffocating me like his hands on my invisible neck. Every shadow on the street was Liam, stretching out under orange streetlights like accusing fingers. Every noise in the hallway was his key scraping the lock, a ghostly ding-dong that echoed in my dreams. I had exhausted all my options. Digital locks that he circumvented with new accounts, moves that only delayed the inevitable, police advice that sounded like excuses for inaction. So I did the only thing left to me, an act of surrender disguised as survival. I packed what I could into 2 dented Samsonite suitcases, wool clothes for Welsh winters, my laptop with half-written essays, the childhood teddy bear my mother had given me as a talisman, its fur matted from years of desperate hugs. I left the apartment and my job in the city with a scribbled note to Chloe. "I'm going home. I love you. Don't ask." And took a train from Piccadilly Station to the small, quiet coastal town of Llandudno, where I grew up. The tracks winding through green hills, dotted with white sheep like fallen clouds, the North Sea peeking through in flashes of blue between the train cars. Now I work in my father's small warehouse, a red brick building next to the pier, where the air smells of salt and fresh fish, sorting through stocks of fishing nets and cans of sardines stacked on metal shelves that creak under the weight, serving the neighbors with forced smiles that don't reach my eyes as I wrap packages in craft paper that scratches my fingertips. It's a small life, shrunk to the size of my fear, a cocoon of predictable routines where days are measured by tides that rise and fall with the moon, and nights by the croaking of seagulls that sound like distant cries. I share a room with my old single bed, the faded floral sheets that my mother washes with lavender soap to ward off bad dreams, and the closet where dresses I don't wear hang, relics of the Amanda I was before Liam. Sometimes, when I close my eyes in the darkness of that room, with the sloping ceiling dripping in Atlantic rains and the wind whistling through the cracks like a lament, I still see him, Liam, his pale eyes shining in the dim light of the basement, his smile stretched like an open wound. I feel the taste in my mouth, salty and bitter like bile, a ghost returning in dreams where I drown in contaminated cafes and endless corridors. I hear my doorbell ringing in the night, a ding-dong that reverberates in my chest like someone else's heart beating inside me. Fear moved with me to this town of cliffs and flashing lighthouses, settled into my childhood bedroom with its faded posters of 90s bands, and became my permanent roommate, a guest who pays no rent but charges in vigils and tremors. This is not the life I dreamed of, one of bustling publishing houses in London, trips to literary festivals in Edinburgh, loves that bloom like rose bushes in English gardens. But it is the only one left to me, a precarious refuge from the storm Liam unleashed. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, when the sea roars against the rocks and the moon paints the sky with cold silver. I wonder if he, from somewhere, a dark apartment in Manchester, or perhaps following my trail like a bloodhound, is still watching, waiting, planning his next move in a game where I am the piece he can never escape. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me several years ago when I was still a child, at that age when the world seems like an endless playground, but where a single misstep can change everything forever. Because this story isn't about what lurks in the dark, it's about what hides in broad daylight at your own family's dining room table. I grew up in a quiet suburb of Ohio, in one of those two-story houses with a front yard and a white picket fence that looks like something out of a 1950s advertisement. My family was the kind everyone envied. Large, loud, always together. My parents, my older brother, who by then was a lanky teenager obsessed with video games, and me, the baby of the family, 8 years old with a messy ponytail that never stayed in place. Dad worked in a car factory in Toledo, coming home with his hands stained with grease and smelling of hot metal, but always with a smile and a silly joke that made Mom laugh until her nose wrinkled. Mom was a housewife, the kind who baked cakes on Saturdays and filled the kitchen with the sweet aroma of vanilla and cinnamon. But she also worked part-time at the local library, recommending books to neighbors with that soft voice that calmed any storm. What defined us most, however, were our family gatherings. Every weekend, without fail, we would gather at my paternal grandparents' house, a red brick bungalow on the outskirts of Cleveland, with a wide porch where the wicker chairs creaked under the weight of laughter, and a backyard that smelled of freshly cut grass and summer barbecues. They were endless Sundays. The dining room table was spread with flowered oilcloth tablecloths and mismatched plates that Mom and Grandma washed together afterward, filled with crispy fried chicken, creamy mashed potatoes with thick gravy, and coleslaw that Mom said balanced everything out. Uncles arrived in their dusty Ford trucks, loaded with stories from the week. Uncle Mike recounting how he caught a huge fish in Lake Erie, or Aunt Linda complaining about traffic on I-90, and we cousins ran around the yard, chasing each other with water guns that splashed the air with cold jets and stifled laughter. Among those cousins was him, my cousin Eddie. He was 13 at the time, 2 years older than me, and he was the kind of kid everyone saw as harmless. Tall for his age, with tousled brown hair that fell over his eyes and a crooked smile that showed a crooked front tooth, as if life had already dealt him a playful blow. His parents, my aunt and uncle, my dad's younger brother and his wife, were typical. Uncle Ray, a big mechanic with hands like shovels and a laugh that rumbled like a starting engine, and Aunt Karen, a petite woman who always brought homemade desserts wrapped in aluminum foil, with her hair dyed blonde and an apron that said "Kisses for the cook." Eddie was their pride and joy, the boy who played football at the local high school and helped out in his father's shop on Saturdays, always smelling of motor oil and mint gum. At gatherings, he was the life of the party for the adults, telling dirty jokes that made them laugh until they coughed. And for the kids, he was the older cousin who let us win races around the yard or taught us how to skip stones across Grandma and Grandpa's pond without splashing too much. I admired him in that naive way that an 8-year-old girl sees a 13-year-old boy as a movie hero. He called me Jew or Little One, and sometimes carried me on his shoulders during games, his hands firm on my ankles while I laughed and waved my arms like a bird. "Look how high I'm going, Eddie," I would shout, and he would respond with a laugh that vibrated in his chest and rose up into my stomach. At those gatherings, with the sun filtering through the leaves of the elm trees in the garden and the smoke from the barbecue rising in lazy spirals, everything seemed perfect. The family was our shield. The chatter around the table, with plates clattering and voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus, our sacred ritual. No one imagined that beneath that surface of laughter and hugs, something dark was already beginning to take root, like a weed in my grandparents' well-tended lawn. The first sign came on a Sunday in late spring, when the air smelled of jasmine blossoms and damp earth after a light rain. We had known each other for about 9 months at those weekly gatherings, since my aunt and uncle moved back to Ohio after a stint in Texas, bringing with them Eddie and his southern accent that drew out the vowels like honey. We were in the backyard, the kids playing ball while the adults chatted on the porch with cold beers and glasses of ice that sweated droplets onto the wood. I had been running after the ball, my flowery cotton dress sticking to my legs with sweat, when I tripped and fell to my knees in the grass, scraping my skin on the pebbles. I whimpered a little, more from surprise than pain, and Eddie was the first to arrive, crouching down beside me with that crooked smile that made his eyes squint. "It's okay, Jew. It's nothing," he said, his voice low and comforting, like a real big brother. He helped me up, brushing the grass off my knees with firm pats, but his hands lingered a second too long on my legs, brushing the skin above the scrapes with fingers that were warm, almost hot. I didn't think much of it then. It was Eddie, my cousin, the one who carried me on his shoulders and defended me from the other boys when we played war. He gave me a mint candy from his pocket, wrapped in crispy paper that crackled between my teeth, and we went back to the game as if nothing had happened. But now, remembering it, I feel a chill. That touch was not accidental. It was the first thread of the web, subtle as the first sip of sweet poison. In the weeks that followed, at those gatherings that repeated like clockwork, arrivals in cars parked on the crunchy gravel driveway, hugs at the door, with Grandpa smelling of Barbasol lotion and pipe tobacco, Grandma in her flour-stained apron handing out kisses on the cheeks, Eddie began to seek me out more. It wasn't obvious to others. To the adults, it was just the older cousin looking after the little one. I would sit next to him at the dining room table, where sunlight streamed through the lace curtains and cast dancing patterns on the porcelain plates, and he would pass me the bread with a smile that made Aunt Karen say, "How nice of Eddie to be so sweet to his little cousin." But under the table, his knee would brush against mine, an accidental contact that lingered, his leg pressing against mine with a firmness that made me shift uncomfortably in the creaky wooden chair. "Pass the salt, Jew," he would say, and when I reached out, his hand would slide under the table to squeeze my thigh above the knee, his fingers digging into the soft flesh of my childish leg. A pinch that hurt, but that I didn't dare question because who would believe that Eddie, the boy of jokes and candy, would do anything wrong? I was a child, and in my innocence, I attributed it to sibling games. But the discomfort grew. A knot in my stomach that made the food, the juicy chicken with its crispy skin, the creamy mashed potatoes that Mom served in generous spoonfuls, turn into a heavy mass that stuck in my throat. I started sitting far away from him at the table, choosing my brother's side, or my grandmother's, whose comforting presence, with her smell of talcum powder and oatmeal cookies, made me feel safe. But Eddie noticed, and his smile twisted a little more, his eyes, dark brown, which I now see as bottomless pits, following me around the yard when we played. "Come on, Jew, help me look for the ball," he would say, and I would go, because he was family, because Sundays were sacred, and we would end up in Grandpa's shed, a dark, dusty space full of rusty tools that smelled of oil and old earth, where the door would close by accident, and his hands would brush against my back as we searched, a touch that slid under my shirt, cold fingers exploring the skin on my waist as if they owned it. The first real touch, the one that kept me awake for nights on end, was on a Sunday in July, when the Ohio heat made the air vibrate like an open oven and sweat stuck dresses to skin. We had eaten barbecue in the garden, smoked ribs with sweet sauce dripping from our fingers, roasted corn wrapped in aluminum foil that burned our tongues, cold lemonade in glass jugs that sweated drops on the splintered wooden picnic table, and the adults had retired to the porch with Miller beers that they opened with a fizzy hiss, chatting about work and local news, while Grandpa lit his pipe, smoke rising in blue spirals that smelled of cherries and memories. We kids had been sent to play inside to escape the heat, and I had escaped to the upstairs bathroom, a narrow little room with white tiles splattered with lime and a mirror fogged by the steam of past showers. I was washing my hands in the scratched porcelain sink, cold water splashing my forearms, When the door opened without warning, a squeak of hinges that made me spin around with my heart in my throat. It was Eddie. He slipped inside, closing the door with a soft click that echoed like a gunshot in my head, his silhouette filling the narrow frame, blocking the light from the hallway. "Shh, Jew, I just want to talk," he whispered, his voice low and husky, as if we were sharing a forbidden secret, taking a step forward that made the space contract. The bathroom, with his towel hanging loosely from the rack and the lavender soap on the edge of the sink, becoming a claustrophobic box. I backed away, my back hitting the sink, the hard edge pressing into my kidneys, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my temples. "Eddie, what are you doing? Mom's calling me," I lied, my voice a trembling thread that broke on the last word, my wet hands clenching into fists at my sides. He didn't respond with words, his smile twisted, that curve of his lips that I now see as that of a wolf before it bites, and he moved closer, his tall body eclipsing the bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting his shadow over me like a shroud. His hands, the hands of a 13-year-old boy, large from helping in his father's workshop, with nails dirty with grease and calluses on his palms, rested on my shoulders, squeezing with a firmness that was not playful, but possessive, fingers sinking into the soft flesh beneath my cotton t-shirt, the fabric wrinkling under his pressure. "Don't be silly, Jew. I just want us to be close, like real cousins," he murmured, his hot breath against my ear, smelling of lemonade and something more acidic, like fear or contained excitement, his face so close that I could see the freckles on his nose and the stubble on his upper lip. I tried to push him away, my small hands against his chest, which felt solid beneath the football jersey with the faded Browns logo, but he didn't move. Instead, one of his hands moved down, sliding along my arm to my waist, slipping under my t-shirt to touch the bare skin of my belly, his fingers exploring with a curiosity that made my blood run cold, a touch that was too intimate, too wrong to be a game. "Stop, Eddie. You're hurting me," I screamed, my voice coming out in a choked sob, tears welling up hot and salty, rolling down my cheeks and dripping into the sink. He laughed, a low, bubbling sound that vibrated in his chest and rose to my skin, his hand squeezing tighter, his thumb tracing a circle on my belly button that turned my stomach as if I had eaten something rotten. "Shh, don't cry, Jew. It's our secret. If you tell anyone, I'll say you started it, that you kissed me like in the movies." His other hand moved up to my face, wiping away a tear with his thumb. But the gesture was rough, almost cruel, his fingernails scraping my cheek as if marking his territory. The bathroom felt smaller, the walls closing in like a trap, the mirror reflecting my terrified face, eyes wide, mouth trembling, and his figure behind it, like a deformed giant. I don't know how long it lasted, seconds, eternal minutes, but suddenly the door flew open, the handle hitting the wall with a bang that echoed like a gunshot. It was my older brother, who had come upstairs to look for me on Mom's orders. "Jew, where are you?" "Mom says..." He stopped short, his face, still childish at 11, with freckles and tousled blonde hair, paling at the sight of us, Eddie immediately letting go of me as if he had been burned, backing away with his hands up and that crooked smile that now looked like a grimace. "We were just playing, bro. Nothing serious," he said, his voice casual, leaving the bathroom with a wink that turned my stomach. My brother looked at me, confused, but I could only sob, running to the sink to vomit my lunch down the drain, the acid burning my throat as the world spun in spirals of nausea. I went down to the table with a washed face and a forced smile. But the knot in my stomach didn't untangle. That night, in the car on the way home, Dad's Chevy rattling down I-71, the smell of cigarettes from the ashtray mixed with that of the cookies Grandma had packed for us. I whispered to Mom, curled up in the back seat with my brother snoring beside me. She hugged me tight, her lavender perfume enveloping me like a shield, and murmured, "Shh, sweetheart. It was just kids playing. Eddie's family, don't worry." But in her eyes, I saw fear, A flash of panic that quickly faded like a candle in the wind, and I knew something had changed. She didn't leave me alone with him at subsequent gatherings, always finding excuses to keep me close. "Jew, help me with the dishes," or "Come to the kitchen with me, sweetie." But the damage was already done. The touch of his fingers on my skin was a ghost that haunted me in my dreams, where the bathroom stretched on forever, and his laughter bubbled like water in a drain. The following Sundays were a tense dance, a precarious balance on the edge of a precipice. The gatherings continued, cars parking on the gravel with familiar creaks, hugs at the door, where Grandpa would lift me up with his booming laughter, the dining room table groaning under plates of juicy roast beef and crisp green beans. But now I counted the minutes, my eyes darting to Eddie every time he walked in, his presence like a cloud darkening the sun. He acted normal, telling jokes with the uncles about the latest Indians game or helping Dad with the barbecue, smoke rising in gray columns that stung the eyes. But when the adults were distracted, Aunt Karen chatting with Grandma about apple pie recipes, Uncle Ray popping beers with a fizzy hiss, he would come over, his shadow falling over me like a veil. "Come on, Jew, let's go see the pond," he would say, his hand on my shoulder squeezing with a firmness that was no longer playful, guiding me to the backyard where weeping willows hung branches like accusing fingers. On one of those late summer Sundays, when the air was thick as syrup and mosquitoes buzzed around the porch lights, he cornered me in the shed. I had gone to look for a ball that had rolled among Grandpa's tools, a dark, cool space that smelled of motor oil and old wood, with shelves full of faded paint cans and rusty hammers hanging from crooked hooks. The door clicked shut behind me, echoing in the silence, and there he was, blocking the exit, his silhouette outlined against the light filtering through the cracks in the boards. "Don't scream, Jew," he whispered, advancing with slow steps that made the cement floor creak, his face illuminated by a ray of sunlight coming through a crack, making his eyes shine like those of a nocturnal animal. I tried to run, but his hand closed around my wrist, pulling me to the back of the shed, where the shadows thickened like spilled ink. "I just want to touch you, like last time. You're so soft, Jew. So mine." I fought back, kicking and scratching, my nails leaving red gashes on his arm that bled dark drops onto the floor. But he was stronger, his 13-year-old body hardened by soccer and the workshop pressing me against a pile of cardboard boxes that caved in under my weight, dust rising in clouds that made me cough. His hands moved down my dress, pulling up the hem with an urgency that made my blood run cold, fingers exploring the skin of my thighs with a greed that was not childish curiosity, but something darker, more adult, a hunger that made me cry silently, tears rolling down my cheeks and dripping onto the damp cardboard. "Please, Eddie, stop. It hurts," I sobbed, my voice a broken thread, but he laughed, that bubbling sound that was now like gravel in a blender, his hot breath against my neck smelling of mint gum and sweat. "Shh, it's our secret. If you tell, I'll say you asked me, that you kissed me first." I don't know how long it was. Minutes that stretched into hours, the buzz of a mosquito in my ear amplifying to the roar of an airplane. But suddenly the door flew open, sunlight bursting in like a knife. It was my grandmother, who had noticed my absence and come looking for me, her sturdy silhouette filling the doorway in a flowery apron, hands on her hips. "Juana, what the hell?" Her voice was thunder, and Eddie jumped back, tripping over a box that fell with a clatter of rolling cans, his face turning pale under the settling dust. I curled up on the floor, sobbing in my crumpled dress and scraped knees, my body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Grandma picked me up in her arms, her strong arms of a woman who had raised 5 children, smelling of flour and unconditional love, and carried me out of the shed while Eddie stammered excuses. "We were just playing, Grandma, that's all." But she didn't look at him. She took me inside to the kitchen where the smell of apple pie mingled with my sobs and sat me on her lap, rocking me like when I was a baby, whispering, "Shh, my girl, it's over now. Grandma is here." She called my father, who came running from the garden with his barbecue apron stained with sauce, his face turning pale when he saw me curled up in a ball. "What happened, Jew? Who hurt you?" I told him everything between sobs, the words pouring out, the rubbing, the pinching, the shed. And Dad turned red as the sauce dripping from his hands, storming out into the garden like an angry bull. The confrontation was chaos. Uncle Ray and Aunt Karen denied everything, of course. "Eddie's a good boy, Robert. They're just playing, they're kids," Aunt Karen said. Her eyes filled with fake tears running down her made-up cheeks, clinging to her son's arm as if it were a shield. Uncle Ray growled, his deep voice booming on the porch. "Your daughter is exaggerating, brother. She's always been dramatic. Eddie wouldn't do anything wrong." But Dad didn't back down. His face was a mask of contained rage, the veins in his neck swelling like ropes. "My daughter doesn't lie. And if you don't control him, you're never setting foot in this house again." Eddie, standing next to his parents, wasn't crying or pleading. He was laughing, a low, bubbling laugh that came out of his throat like gas from a sewer, his eyes fixed on me with a malice that made my blood run cold. "She's a liar, Dad. She always has been." Grandma, who had been silent until then, rose from her rocking chair with the strength no one expected from her 70 years, her hands trembling but steady, her face lined with wrinkles like a map of battles won. "Enough, everyone. This girl is not lying. And you, Eddie, you're going to pay for what you tried to do." She took my father by the arm and Grandpa, who had arrived in his rattling Chevy pickup truck, his cowboy hat tilted and his eyes shining with paternal anger, and the three of them took Eddie to the police station that same afternoon, the setting sun staining the sky blood red as Dad's car pulled away down the gravel driveway, dust rising like a cloud of judgment. Aunt Karen sobbed on the porch, clutching the railing. "It's a mistake. My boy is innocent." But Grandma didn't look at her. She hugged me tight, her apron absorbing my tears, whispering, "No one will ever touch you again, my love. Grandma promises." At the police station, a gray brick building in the center of town, with cold fluorescent lights that buzzed like wasps and the smell of stale coffee and printed forms, Eddie was held for a few days. He was questioned in a room with scratched metal tables and creaky plastic chairs, his face pale under the harsh light, but he was released soon after. "Lack of evidence," said the police. "A bald man with a badge who smelled of donuts and disinterest. He's just a boy, and she's a girl. Family stuff." Uncle Ray and Aunt Karen picked him up, and they never came back to the gatherings. The invitations were cut off like a cable. Sundays that used to be a whirlwind of cars and hugs, now a smaller circle. Just us, grandparents, parents, brother, and me. The dining room table with empty chairs that Mom covered with tablecloths so you wouldn't see the gaps. But we continued to get together, weekends becoming a more intimate refuge. Barbecues with just the grandparents, where the smoke rose pure without shadows. Chats on the porch, where the laughter was softer but more real. And me, over time, learning to heal, even though the scars, the phantom touch of his fingers, the bubbling laughter in my dreams, never completely faded. Today, years later, in my 30s with my own family in a similar Ohio suburb, a brick house with a front yard where my children run around with water guns that splash the air with pure laughter. A dining room table that fills up on Sundays with plates of fried chicken and creamy mashed potatoes, but without empty chairs or lurking shadows. I look back on those past gatherings and am grateful for the light my grandmother brought to the table with her unbreakable strength and fierce love. Because horror doesn't always scream with shrill voices or violent blows. Sometimes it whispers in the touch of a hand under the dining room table, in the crooked smile of a cousin who thinks he owns secrets that don't belong to him, in the click of a door closing in a narrow bathroom. But true family, the kind that protects with arms like shields and voices like thunder, not the kind that justifies with excuses and fake tears, is the kind that breaks the chain of silence and fear, weaving new threads of security into the torn tapestry. And that's why my Sundays are sacred now. filled with laughter that hides no shadows or secrets, with hugs that heal instead of hurt, with tables where the only weight is that of plates full of love. Stay safe, and remember, family is what you choose to protect, not what forces you to remain silent. Childhood should be a friendly place, a territory whose maps are drawn with colored chalk on the hot summer sidewalk, where the only monsters are the ones that appear in the midnight movies you watch secretly with a flashlight under the sheets, and the greatest danger is scraping your knees in a clumsy fall from your bike, or burning your tongue on a marshmallow roasted too close to the campfire. My childhood, however, has a deep winding crack, a long shadow cast from a forgotten corner of my past that, even today, at 30 years old, and with a life built with trembling but determined hands, can make me shudder when I see a man standing alone too long on a street corner, his silhouette outlined against the light of an orange street lamp, or when I hear the crackle of a newspaper folding in the wind. This happened to me several years ago, when I was a little girl, barely 11 years old, in a quiet suburb of Portland, Oregon, a place where white-painted wooden houses line up like sleeping soldiers, along streets shaded by tall maple trees, and the air always carries a faint scent of damp pine and impending rain, as if the city itself were holding its breath. My world, until then, was small and safe, bounded by invisible borders that made me feel invincible. My house, a 2-story structure with a front porch, where Mom hung pots of petunias that cascaded in purple during the summer. Sunny Meadows Elementary School, with its cracked asphalt playground, where we played hopscotch, with chalk that melted in the heat. The park with rust-red swings that creaked like forgotten complaints. And the yellow brick road, a painted concrete walkway that wound between the houses like an artery, flanked by laurel hedges that rustled in the wind and lampposts that stood like silent guardians, that linked these places in a perfect loop of comforting routines. I wore a school uniform, a navy blue pleated skirt that brushed my knees, and a white starched cotton blouse that Mom ironed every Sunday night, the steam from the iron rising in spirals that smelled of fresh starch and lavender from her perfume, which made me feel grown up and at the same time clearly marked me for what I was, a vulnerable child, an easy target in a world that pretended to be harmless. It was on that yellow brick road just 2 blocks from the safety of my school's wrought iron gate, where the principal, Mrs. Hargrove, with her gray hair pulled back in a tight bun and half-moon glasses hanging from a chain of fake pearls, would send us off each afternoon with a walk in groups, children, and don't talk to strangers that sounded like a protective mantra. That I saw him for the first time. He was an ordinary man, or so he seemed at first glance, like one of those neighbors you see watering the lawn or taking out the mail without really paying attention to them. He wore a gray wool sweater that hung loosely over his hunched shoulders, black dress pants that brushed his ankles as if they were too long, and thin wire-rimmed glasses that reflected the afternoon sun in intermittent flashes. He was leaning against a rusty green iron lamppost, the cold metal pressing into his back as he unfolded a local newspaper, the Oregonian, with headlines about traffic on I-5 and the rain forecast for the weekend, his fingers stained with blue ink turning the pages with a dry crackle that was lost in the hubbub of children leaving school. I paid him no more than a fleeting glance. Adults were a constant, and, for the most part, invisible part of my routine of backpack on my shoulder, and worn Converse sneakers stepping on the yellow tiles, the sun warming the back of my neck and the wind from the Willamette River bringing a faint smell of brackish water and pine from the distant hills. I walked faster, joining my group of friends, Sarah with her bouncing blonde ponytail and her laughter that sounded like bells, and Mia with her thick glasses and backpack full of library books, chatting about the math test Mrs. Thompson had returned with red marks scribbled in the margins. The yellow brick road winding beneath our feet like a harmless path to Oz. The next day, A Tuesday with a leaden sky where clouds gathered over Portland like a heavy gray blanket, threatening to release a fine rain that would soak everything without cleaning it. He was there again, leaning against the same lamppost in the same gray sweater that now looked more wrinkled. The newspaper spread out in his hands, but the pages motionless, as if he weren't really reading but waiting. His eyes, behind those wire-rimmed glasses that caught the dim light in silvery flashes, followed the flow of children, leaving school in a disorderly tide of backpacks and laughter. And over time, after several days of this silent surveillance that made me quicken my pace without knowing why, I realized that they were resting on me with a frequency that was not accidental, a slow and deliberate scan that made my skin bristle under my uniform blouse, as if an invisible finger were brushing the back of my neck. One afternoon that week, a Thursday, when the sun broke through the clouds like a shy intruder, filtering oblique rays that warmed the yellow tiles and made the air smell of hot asphalt and cut grass from the nearby gardens, as I walked absorbed in my thoughts, reviewing the history lesson on the colonization of the Northwest, with its pioneers and covered wagons that seemed so distant and safe. I heard a soft voice close to me, a murmur that slipped through the bustle of children and the distant traffic on the main avenue. "Hello, Princess." I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart fluttering like a rabbit in a trap, my backpack slipping off my shoulder and hitting the ground with a dull thud that kicked up dust from the tiles. It was him. He had crossed the street with silent steps that I hadn't heard over the buzz of my own thoughts. And now he was walking beside me, his gray sweater accidentally brushing my arm, or so I thought at the time, his newspaper folded under his arm like a forgotten accessory. He looked at me with that smile that didn't reach his eyes, a stretch of his lips that seemed rehearsed in a mirror, revealing white but uneven teeth that contrasted with the thin frames of his glasses. "Your backpack looks very heavy for such a small girl," he said, his voice soft as velvet, but with a viscous undertone that clung to the skin, extending a hand as if to help me lift it, his long, pale fingers curving in the air like friendly claws. Instinct, that primitive and wise animal we all carry buried in our stomachs, stirred within me with a dull roar, a knot tightening in my belly and rising up my throat like bile. "No," I managed to say, my voice coming out in a thin, trembling thread that broke on the syllable, quickening my pace with legs that suddenly felt like lead, my backpack hanging crookedly from my shoulder and hitting my hip with every hurried stride. "It's okay, thanks." "My name is Alex," he continued, undeterred by my rejection, keeping pace beside me with an ease that made the yellow brick road seem longer and more exposed, his shadow casting itself over the painted tiles like a dark stain engulfing the yellow. "And you? Are you a fairy who escaped from the forest of fairy tales with that blue skirt that shines like dragonfly wings? Tell me your name, Princess, so I can tell you how beautiful you are." His tone was the kind adults use when talking to small children, condescending, playful, as if I were a porcelain doll wound up to respond. But there was something about it that didn't fit, something forced and slimy that stuck to my skin like rancid honey, making my stomach churn and my palms sweat against the handles of my backpack. The yellow brick road, which used to be a magical path of imaginary games where I pretended to be Dorothy with my friends Sarah and Mia, now seemed like an endless tunnel, the houses on either side, with their white picket fences and rose gardens that smelled sickly sweet, closing in like the walls of a maze. "I have to go," I muttered, breaking into a run that was unlike me, an 11-year-old girl who preferred to walk while chatting about the latest episode of Sabrina, the teenage witch, or dreaming about the prom, my Converse sneakers slapping the tiles with a hurried slap-slap that echoed in my ears, the wind from the Willamette River ruffling my hair and sticking my blouse to my sweaty back. I reached my house with my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum, my legs trembling under my weight, and I slammed the screen door shut, rattling the chain on Dad's bike in the garage, the air inside the house enveloping me with the familiar aroma of chicken soup that Mom was cooking in the slow cooker. A comfort that did nothing to ease the lump in my throat. I told my father that night, while he was preparing dinner in the kitchen, the sound of the pan sizzling with onions browning in butter, the aroma wafting out in puffs that filled the air with a comforting sweetness, the radio in the background playing an Eagles song that Dad hummed absent-mindedly. "Dad, there's a weird man who talked to me after school today," I said, my voice coming out in a whisper that broke on the word weird, sitting on the tall stool at the kitchen island, my hands clenching the cold granite edge until my knuckles turned white. He, busy chopping carrots with a knife that clicked rhythmically against the wooden board, looked at me with genuine concern in his brown eyes. Eyes that had always seemed to me like those of a comic book superhero, warm and protective, but also with a hint of paternal skepticism, the kind of doubt that arises when a father wants to believe that the world is safe for his daughter. Weird how, Irie? Was he a homeless man with dirty clothes or something? "Did he ask you for money?" he asked, setting the knife aside and wiping his hands on the kitchen towel hanging from the oven, the gesture leaving a carrot stain on the checkered fabric. "No," I replied, swallowing to dispel the lump forming in my throat again, the aroma of golden onions now mixed with that of my fear, a metallic, acidic smell rising up my nose. He was wearing normal clothes, a gray sweater and dress pants. He called me princess and said my backpack looked heavy. He followed me for a little bit, but I ran here. My father crouched down to my level, his knees creaking slightly, like a man who spends too much time standing in a factory, and took my hands in his, rough from work, but warm and safe. "Listen, sweetie. Maybe he was just a nice guy who wanted to help. There are good people in the world, Irie, but you're right not to talk to strangers. I'll pick you up from school tomorrow, okay? And if he bothers you again, tell me, and I'll give him a piece of my mind like the grumpy old man I am." His smile was wide, with that wrinkle at the corner that always made me laugh, and he kissed me on the forehead, which smelled of aftershave and paternal love, dispelling the knot in my stomach enough for me to eat my portion of chicken and rice that night, the steam rising from the plate in spirals that fogged up my imaginary childhood glasses. I felt a little calmer that night, curled up in my bed with the cotton sheets Mom had washed with lavender fabric softener, the stuffed white rabbit that had belonged to my mother as a child pressed against my chest, its soft fur muffling my sighs as the river wind whispered against the window. My father was my hero, tall and strong at 6 feet with broad shoulders from carrying boxes at the factory. The man who had taught me to ride a bike in our driveway and told me stories of his childhood in the countryside, where he ran after rabbits with a homemade slingshot. If he said nothing was wrong, that he was just a weird guy and not a real danger. Maybe I was the one exaggerating my 11-year-old imagination, fueled by Nancy Drew books and episodes of Goosebumps that I watched on the sly, turning an awkward encounter into a movie thriller. I fell asleep with that fragile rationalization, sleep coming in, waves interrupted by the croaking of distant frogs in the garden, the stuffed rabbit rising and falling with my breath. But Alex was not a kind man, not an eccentric neighbor who collects stamps or a retired professor who walks his dog. He was a predator, a wolf in sheep's clothing with a gray sweater and a newspaper as camouflage, and his harassment, which had begun with soft words and a "hello, princess" that sounded like a twisted fairy tale, intensified in a way that still terrifies me with its methodical persistence. A constant drip that eroded my world, drop by drop, until it was dry and cracked. The next day, a cloudy Wednesday where gray clouds gathered over Portland like a pressure cooker lid, he wasn't at his usual lamppost, his absence a fleeting relief that made me walk with a lighter step, my backpack bouncing on my back as I chatted with Sarah about the new book at the library, The Secret Garden, with its descriptions of thorny rose bushes that now make my skin crawl because of their resemblance to the mushrooms that flank the path. Relieved, I reached my front porch, the white wooden gate creaking as it swung open, the garden with its purple petunias swaying in the light breeze, and there, leaning against the front door as if waiting for the mail, was a small package wrapped in soft, crisp pink tissue paper, tied with a raffia bow that smelled of dried lavender. There was no name or sender, just my address scribbled in black ink in neat, anonymous handwriting that made the letters look like dancers on a blank page. With trembling fingers that left damp marks on the paper, I opened it on the porch, the bow coming undone with a whisper, and inside, wrapped in soft cotton that crinkled as it unrolled like dry leaves, was a cheap plastic bracelet with shiny pink heart charms, the fake metal jingling softly in my palm, and attached a note on the same pink paper. For the Princess of the Yellow Road, from your secret admirer, wear it and think of me. The fear returned then, multiplied tenfold, a torrent that rose up my throat and choked my breath, making my hands shake so much that the bracelet fell to the porch floor with a metallic clink that rang like a funeral bell. It was no coincidence, not a gift from an eccentric neighbor or a delivery mistake. He knew where I lived, he had been on my porch, he had knocked on my door with fingers that I now imagined to be cold and possessive. I ran inside, the package pressed against my chest like a bomb about to explode, my heart pounding in my ears like a war drum, and showed it to my father, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The sound of the pan sizzling with onions browning in melted butter, the aroma wafting in sweet, comforting whiffs that now mingled with the panic in my nose, the radio in the background playing an Eagles song that Dad hummed distractedly in a deep, off-key voice. "Dad, look what I found at the door." "It's from him, the man on the pole," I sobbed, the words coming out in a choppy torrent, tears streaming hot and salty as I handed him the package, the pink paper crinkling in my trembling hands. He set the spatula aside with a clang against the edge of the pan and took the gift, his face shifting from culinary concentration to deep, furrowed concern, his brown eyes scanning the note with a slowness that made each word seem like a nail sinking in. His face darkened like the sky before a summer storm, his eyebrows furrowing into deep furrows that plowed his forehead, and when he reached secret admirer, a low growl escaped his throat, an animal sound I had never heard from him before, like a protective dog facing an intruder. "This isn't funny anymore, Irie. This is serious," he said, his voice trembling with contained rage that made the veins in his neck swell like taut ropes, setting the package down on the granite countertop and wiping his hands on the dish towel hanging from the oven, the gesture leaving an onion stain on the red and white checkered fabric. She stepped out onto the porch without another word, the screen door creaking as it opened, and looked down the street with her fists clenched at her sides, the afternoon sun stretching her shadow across the porch tiles like a giant guardian. But the street was empty. Only the neighbor's car parked with its bumper dented, a Siamese cat crossing the lawn with indifferent grace, the wind whispering in the maple trees lining the sidewalk. That night, he changed his route to pick me up from school himself for a few days, his Chevy Impala roaring into the Sunny Meadows parking lot at noon, the engine shutting off with a tired sigh as he got out in his denim jacket and hugged me tight before I got in, his aftershave mingling with the smell of my friend's bubble gum. "Let's go home, Princess. We're making homemade pizza today. How does that sound?" he would say, his voice a balm that dispelled the knot in my stomach. The yellow brick road, now safe under the protection of his presence. But Alex was like the tenacious weeds that grow in the cracks of the asphalt, invisible until they sprout again. When I felt the pressure of surveillance, my father's eyes scanning the street from the porch every afternoon, the Chevy double parked in front of the school with its engine purring like a sentry, he would retreat, his absence a fleeting relief that made me let my guard down, only to sprout again when the surveillance faltered, like a root regenerating in the darkness. The notes and small gifts, a brown teddy bear with button eyes that seemed to stare at me accusingly, shiny star stickers that Mom tried to use to decorate my school notebook, a box of pastel-colored pencils that smelled like fresh wood, kept appearing with a methodical persistence that robbed me of sleep. In the mailbox at home, a rusty metal drawer that creaked when opened each morning, wrapped in pastel-colored paper that Mom found when she took out the mail, the white envelope peeking out like a pale tongue between electric bills and Sears catalogs. Under the porch doormat, where Dad shook off his muddy boots every night, a small package rolled like a stone under his shoe, the crisp paper betraying its presence with a whisper. On the windowsill of my bedroom, which overlooked the front yard and opened onto a young maple tree whose green leaves rustled in the wind, a gift wrapped in silk that Mom found while watering the petunias, her face darkening with each discovery. How did he do it? We never saw him on the street, never an unfamiliar car parked on the curb, never a shadow in the back garden where the red swing creaked alone in the wind. He was a ghost in the flesh, an intruder who left traces of his obsession like breadcrumbs in an enchanted forest, but with no face and no footprints to follow. The harassment took its most sinister and disturbing turn when he got my phone number, a detail that still makes me question privacy in a world of school lists and community directories. I don't know how he got it. Maybe he took it from the school contact list that Mrs. Hargrove shared with parents to coordinate events, or found it on some form left behind in the principal's office. Or maybe he overheard it in a parents' conversation at the PTA meeting where Mom was discussing the volunteer reading program. One Friday night with Portland's drizzle tapping against my bedroom window like impatient fingers on a drum, my phone, a simple kid's model with a pink silicone case and large keys that Mom had given me for my birthday, a basic Nokia that could only make calls and send text messages, vibrated with an insistent buzz that broke the silence of my math homework, my pencil suspended over my notebook where equations with fractions twisted like incomprehensible vines. It was a message from an unknown number, the pixelated letters lighting up the screen in the dim light of the room, where the table lamp cast a yellow halo over my scratched wooden desk. "Hello, Princess. Did you like the bracelet? I want to see you smile with it on. You are so beautiful when you run across the yellow tiles. Tell me your name so I can dream of you tonight. Your secret admirer." My stomach churned as if I had swallowed something rotten, the phone trembling in my sweaty hand until it almost fell to the carpeted floor, my heart beating with an erratic pulse that echoed in my ears like the rattling of a distant train. I showed the message to my father that same night, creeping down the stairs with cautious steps that creaked on the wood, the scent of chicken and carrot soup wafting from the kitchen like a distant comfort. And he, sitting on the sofa with the newspaper open to the sports page, dropped the pages with a dry rustle, his face darkening like the sky before a summer storm. "Give me that," he said, his voice low and trembling with contained anger, taking the phone with hands that suddenly seemed too large for the childish device, his brown eyes scanning the words with a slowness that made each letter seem like a nail sinking into wood. He dialed the number immediately, the dial tone echoing through the kitchen like a verdict. But the phone on the other end was either turned off or disconnected, a dead silence responding with electronic beeps. He went to the police that same week, the Chevy roaring through the wet streets under rain that lashed the windshield like angry tears, the police station building a gray, impersonal block with fluorescent lights buzzing in the lobby, and the smell of stale machine coffee and forms printed on cheap paper permeating the air like an oppressive institutional perfume. An officer, a middle-aged man with a gray mustache and a shiny badge who smelled of glazed donuts and double shifts on cold nights, took notes in a pad with a pen that skipped over the ink, his expression of neutral, weary professionalism deepening with each detail Dad described. The man's description: gray sweater, wire-rimmed glasses, around 40, short brown hair. The gifts: pink plastic bracelet, note with princess. The message, reading it aloud in a voice that broke on the words secret admirer. But it was the same old story, a script repeated in police stations across the country, without a direct threat or verifiable physical contact. "Mr. Clark, it's difficult to take strong action. Block the number, change your passwords if you use apps, keep an eye on the route to school, and talk to the administration about an escort. These guys usually get tired when they see that you're not responding." I blocked the number that night, my fingers trembling over the phone keys until my thumb slipped and accidentally deleted the message, but the relief lasted only a moment. The next day, a shyly sunny Saturday, with rays filtering obliquely through my bedroom curtains, a message arrived from another unknown number, the pixelated letters lighting up the screen as I ate cornflakes softening in milk, the initial crunch turning into bland mush in my mouth. "Hi, Princess. Did you block my number? It doesn't matter. I always find a way to reach you. Did you like the teddy bear? Imagine it hugging you for me tonight." My stomach churned again, the cereal rising acidly in my throat, and I showed it to Dad, who cursed under his breath. A word I'd never heard him say before, "Damn it," echoing in the kitchen like distant thunder, and called back. But the number was disposable, a burner phone that evaporated like smoke. Alex used temporary number apps he bought online or at electronics stores, a digital arsenal that made him intangible, a ghost with fingers typing from the darkness. He had become a digital hydra, cutting off one head only to have two more grow back, each message a tentacle that wrapped itself around my neck. The messages began to change in tone with a gradualness that was almost poetic in its evil, shifting from cloying flattery to a possessiveness that seeped like poison in milk. They were no longer from a secret admirer who left gifts like a romantic movie fan. They were from an owner claiming property, words that stuck in my mind like pins in a map. "I know you wear a blue skirt on Mondays and Wednesdays because it's gym day and you change afterwards. It suits you. It shows off your legs. Tomorrow, wear the bracelet for me. That braid you're wearing at school today, I want to pull on it until you scream my name. Why won't you let me see you up close? You should smile more when you walk past my lamppost. You put me in a very special mood, Princess. If you don't smile, I'll have to do something to remind you." They were 11 years old. My biggest concern should have been my math grades. Those fractional numbers that twisted across the blackboard like incomprehensible vines. Mrs. Thompson with her wooden ruler tapping on the desk to get our attention, and whether my friends Sarah and Mia would invite me to their sleepover on Friday, with Disney movies and frozen pizzas cooked in the microwave until the cheese bubbled. Instead, I lived in terror, a constant state of alert that made my shoulders hunch and my steps quicken. The yellow brick road, once a magical path where I pretended to be Dorothy with my friends, jumping from brick to brick so as not to touch the wicked witch's cement. Now an endless tunnel flanked by hedges, whispering conspiracies with the wind. Every lamppost a potential hiding place where her pale eyes lurked. I began to have nightmares that woke me up sweating, the stuffed rabbit clutched to my chest like a useless talisman. Dreams where I ran across yellow tiles that turned red with blood. His voice whispering "Princess" from the shadows of the maple trees. I had trouble concentrating at school. The letters in the history books, pioneers crossing the plains in covered wagons, so distant and heroic, dancing on the page until Mrs. Hargrove gently scolded me. "Irina, concentrate, dear. The past doesn't teach itself." Her hand on my shoulder, a comfort that lasted until the bell rang and I walked out the door. My father, desperate to see me suffer, his brown eyes clouded by sleepless nights, where he heard my sobs through the thin wall, his dinner routine changing to night patrols around the neighborhood in the Chevy, the engine purring low like a protective growl. He spoke to the school administration at a parent meeting that smelled of watered-down coffee and vending machine donuts. Mrs. Hargrove, with her tight gray bun and tweed skirt grazing her knees, sent a generic circular to all parents about safety on the way home. Remember to walk in groups, don't accept gifts from strangers, report any suspicious behavior. A piece of paper that was pinned to the school bulletin board with thumbtacks that dug into the cork like silent warnings. But Alex was as elusive as smoke from a chimney in winter, a predator who sensed vigilance and retreated into the shadows, his absence a respite that made me let my guard down just enough for the next blow to hurt more. He never did anything in full view of other adults. He didn't come near when Dad picked me up in the Chevy double parked, the engine dying with a weary sigh. He didn't leave gifts when Mrs. Buffet Hargrove patrolled the gate at noon with her whistle hanging around her neck, but his presence was a constant pulse, a buzz in the back of my mind that made every shadow on the street look like his hunched silhouette. Every car that slowed down near me, the purr of the engine dropping like a stalking predator, made my heart leap into my throat. The pressure was a pressure cooker about to explode inside me, steam rising up my chest and choking my breath, making classes blur, math equations writhing on the blackboard like snakes, Mrs. Thompson's words about the colonization of the Northwest fading into a distant buzz, and afternoons in the park with Sarah and Mia shortened, laughter on the squeaky swings becoming forced, the rusty red of the seat burning my sweaty palms. I lived in a constant state of anxiety, jumping at every noise, the crack of a branch in the garden, a neighbor's dog barking that sounded like stifled laughter. My shoulders hunched under my backpack as if carrying an invisible weight, my steps quickening along the yellow brick road that now looked like a painted concrete maze, the laurel mushrooms on either side whispering in the wind like conspirators. My friends didn't quite understand. To them, he was the weird guy on the pole, a creepy anecdote I whispered during recess around the middle swing, where we sat swinging with our legs dangling, the hot metal of the seat marking patterns on the skin of my thighs. Gross, Irie. You should tell your dad to beat him up. But to me, it was my entire life, a gray veil that colored every moment, making the Portland sun seem paler and the air heavier. And then, the message that changed everything arrived, the one that shattered the fragile illusion of control and plunged me into an abyss of raw, naked terror. It was a Friday afternoon, the kind of day when the autumn sun filters obliquely through the school windows, casting long shadows on the linoleum hallways that smell of wax and chewing gum stuck under the desks. And I was in my room trying to do my history homework, my notebook open to the page on the pioneers of the Oregon Trail with scribbled drawings of covered wagons and rushing rivers twisting across the paper like blue veins. My pencil chewed down to a stub from nervousness, suspended over a half-written sentence, the aroma of tomato soup my mom was cooking in the slow cooker wafting up the stairs like a distant comfort. My phone, a simple children's model with a pink silicone case and large keys that Mom had given me for my birthday 11 months earlier, vibrated with an insistent buzz that cut through the silence of the room like a knife, the device dancing on the wooden desk with a rattle that made me jump in my chair. It was a message from an unknown number, the pixelated letters lighting up the screen in the dim light of the room where the table lamp cast a warm yellow halo over my notebook, the glow reflecting in my eyes, dilated with surprise. Hello, Princess. I'm tired of games and watching you walk by without looking at me. Come to my house for a snack after school today. I have chocolate chip cookies and hot cocoa, just like good girls like. The address is 1247 Elm Street in the Selwood neighborhood. I'll be waiting for you with open arms. Don't keep me waiting, or I'll get angry. My stomach churned as if I had swallowed a handful of rusty nails, the phone trembling in my sweaty hand until it almost fell to the beige carpeted floor that Mom vacuumed every Saturday, my heart beating with an erratic, wild pulse that echoed in my ears like the rattling of a freight train in the night. 1240 Serve, Elm Street, a real concrete address, not an anonymous lamppost on the yellow brick road, but a place with a number and a street, a destination I could map in my mind like a point on a sinister board game. The message came with an attached photo, an image icon that I tapped with my trembling index finger, my thumb slipping on the sticky screen. It was a selfie of his torso down, taken in what looked like a bathroom, with faded green tiles and a fogged-up mirror, the fluorescent light casting harsh shadows on his pale skin, and there, exposed with a rawness that left me paralyzed in my chair, my breath stuck in my throat like a chicken bone stuck in my throat, was his cock. It was the first time I had ever seen anything like it, not in blurry drawings in biology books at school, with clinical diagrams and Latin labels, but in real, grotesque, violent flesh. The image, with its wrinkled skin and prominent veins twisting like diseased roots, was burned into my retina, a flash that scorched my innocence like direct sunlight on unprotected eyes. Immediately, the phone vibrated again with a buzz that pierced the silence of the room like a saw, the device jumping in my palm until I dropped it onto the desk with a dull thud, the new message lighting up the screen like an evil beacon. "Are you coming? Princess, I'm going to give you the bottle you need so badly. I'm going to give you your special snack. I'm going to make you mine once and for all. You'll be my good girl, the one I always dreamed of. Don't make me angry, or I'll have to come and find you myself on that yellow brick road you like so much." Tears welled up in my eyes then, hot and silent like rain on a window, rolling down my cheeks in rivulets that dripped onto the open notebook, smudging the ink of the half-written sentence about the pioneers, the pencil rolling off the desk and falling to the floor with a clack that echoed like a gunshot in my head. Fear was no longer an abstract sensation, a tingling at the back of my neck or a knot in my stomach. It was a physical, viscous substance that filled my mouth with a metallic taste of copper, covered my nose with an invisible weight, made my lungs contract in short gasps that brought no oxygen. "I'm going to make you mine." The words echoed in my head like an obscene mantra, repeating in loops that quickened my pulse to the brink of panic, fragmented images spinning in my mind. His hand outstretched on the tiled path, his smile that didn't reach his eyes, the pink bracelet jingling on my wrist like a chain. This was no longer harassment, not the kind of creepy guy I whispered about to Sarah and Mia at recess around the middle swing, where we sat swinging with our legs dangling and the hot metal of the seat marking red patterns on the skin of my thighs. Gross, Irie. You should tell your dad to hit him with a bat. This was a clear, explicit threat of rape and possession, a leap from play to the abyss that left me paralyzed in my chair, my body rigid like a statue of salt, the world shrinking to the phone screen that flickered with the promise of more darkness. I didn't know how to react in that suspended moment, panic clouding my thoughts like thick fog on the Willamette River at dawn, my fingers frozen on the edge of the wooden desk scratched by years of books and pencils, the smell of tomato soup wafting up the stairs like a distant mocking consolation. Only one clear idea emerged from the spinning chaos in my head, a beacon in the storm. My father. I had to tell him, show him the screen burning in my hands like a hot coal, let his strength, that solid presence that carried me on his shoulders to watch the 4th of July parades and told me stories of his childhood in the countryside to chase away my fears, take control. My hands shaking so much that the phone slipped in my sweaty palm. I ran out of my room, the stair treads creaking under my bare feet like breaking bones, the air in the house thickening with my panic as I rushed down, my heart beating with a wild pulse that echoed in my ears like the rattling of a freight train in the night. My father was in the living room, sitting on the faded green velvet sofa that sank under his weight like a tired embrace, watching the news on the tube TV that buzzed with static, the remote control in his lap, and a half-empty can of Budweiser beer, sweating drops on the oak coffee table. He saw my face, white as the wax of an unlit candle, my eyes red and dilated from the tears rolling uncontrollably, my trembling mouth half open in a silent gasp, and jumped to his feet, knocking the can to the floor with a metallic clang, the foamy liquid spilling into a pool that spread like diluted blood. "Irina? What's wrong, honey? Are you hurt? Come here," he said, his deep, urgent voice cutting through the buzz of the TV, extending his arms with large, calloused hands that smelled of dish soap and security. I couldn't speak at first, the tears choking the words in my throat like a cork. I just handed him the phone with hands that trembled like leaves in a gale, the screen still lit up with the message and the photo that burned like acid in my eyes. Pointing with a stiff index finger at the icon of the image I didn't want to see again but couldn't delete. He took the phone gently but firmly, his brown eyes, eyes that had always seemed to me like those of a comic book superhero, warm and protective under thick eyebrows, scanning the text with a deliberate slowness that made each word seem like a nail sinking into the wood of the sofa. His face gradually darkening like the Portland sky before a summer storm, the wrinkles on his forehead deepening into furrows that plowed his weathered skin. When he accidentally pressed the photo, or perhaps out of a need to confirm the horror, a guttural, animalistic sound, a low, primitive growl that came from his throat like a protective dog facing an intruder on sacred territory, filled the living room, making the TV seem more distant. The news anchor talking about traffic on I-5 like an irrelevant murmur. "Son of a bitch," he muttered, his voice trembling with contained rage that made the veins in his neck swell like taut ropes about to snap, leaving the phone on the coffee table with a care that contrasted with the fury in his eyes, his fists clenching at his sides until his knuckles turned white as bones. "When did this arrive, Aerie? How long ago? Tell me everything word for word," he asked, kneeling down to my level on the carpeted floor that smelled of dust and years of bare feet, his large hands enveloping my cold, trembling ones, his aftershave, a scent of sandalwood and citrus that I always associated with safety, enveloping me like an invisible shield. Just now, I managed to sob, the words coming out in a choppy, salty torrent, tears welling up again and wetting his plaid flannel shirt. A minute ago, I was doing my homework and it vibrated, and I opened it thinking it was Sarah or Mia, but it was him, with that address and the photo. "Dad, it's horrible. It disgusts me." He hugged me then, his broad, solid chest pressing against me like a wall against the wind, his hand rubbing my back in slow, comforting circles that tried to dispel the trembling, his voice a deep murmur in my hair. "Shh, my girl, shh. Dad's here. No one's going to touch you, I swear on my life." Without another word, he grabbed the keys to the Chevy from the entryway table. The key ring, with the Trailblazers logo jingling like a talisman, slipped on the denim jacket hanging from the coat rack with one fluid motion and took my hand. "Let's go, right now, to the police station. And then to that damn address she wrote down. No one threatens my daughter and gets away with it." The drive to the police station was a blur of lights and shadows, the Chevy roaring through the wet streets of Portland under a fine rain that lashed the windshield like angry collective tears, the wipers squeaking rhythmically against the glass like a racing pulse, the engine vibrating beneath our feet as Dad gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white, his jaw tight as a steel trap. I sat in the passenger seat, clutching my phone like a lifeline in a stormy sea, tears rolling silently down my cheeks and dripping onto the pink case, the scent of Dad's aftershave mingling with that of the rain coming in through the half-open window. The police station building was a gray, impersonal block in the center of town, with fluorescent lights buzzing in the lobby like trapped wasps, and the smell of stale machine coffee and cheap paper forms permeating the air like an oppressive institutional perfume. The walls were made of faded beige cement blocks, dotted with faded posters about reporting child abuse and call if you see anything suspicious. An officer, a middle-aged man with a gray mustache and a shiny badge who smelled of glazed donuts and double shifts on cold, rainy nights, greeted us at the reception desk, his expression of neutral, weary professionalism deepening with each detail Dad described in a deep, trembling voice. The description of the man: gray wool sweater, thin wire glasses, around 40, short, straight brown hair, eyes that don't blink much. The gifts: pink plastic bracelet with heart charms, note with Princess of the Yellow Road, brown teddy bear on the doormat. The message, reading it aloud in a voice that broke on the words, "I'm going to make you mine." The agent nodding with furrowed brows and taking notes in a pad with a pen that jammed in the blue ink. The click of the mechanism echoing like a pending verdict. He took the statement with an urgency he hadn't felt on the previous visits, his mustache twitching slightly as he typed on the computer that hummed like a dying insect. "This is serious, Mr. Clark. Explicit threat obscene material to a minor. We're going to trace the number and the IP if possible. In the meantime, keep your daughter close, change your routines, install a camera at the door." My father nodded, his hand squeezing mine until it hurt. "Do what you have to do, but catch him. She's my daughter." 2 patrol cars followed us then, their blue and red lights flashing silently through the wet streets of Portland. The convoy winding through the Selwood neighborhood, where Victorian houses lined the streets with porches adorned with vines and bicycles parked against wrought iron gates, the asphalt glistening under the fine rain that fell like a veil of gray gauze. I rode with my father in our Chevy, clinging to his muscular arm that smelled of dish soap and determination, staring out the fogged-up window where raindrops traced jagged rivers, my heart beating with an erratic pulse that echoed in my ears like the rattling of the windshield wipers. Elm Street was a quiet residential street, flanked by well-kept single-family homes with rose gardens that perfumed the air with cloying sweetness, and cars parked in gravel driveways that crunched under the wheels, the kind of place where children played on the sidewalks with roller skates and mothers watered flowers at dusk. We searched for 1247, the Chevy slowing to a near stop, the patrol cars behind us like twin shadows, and there it was, or what was left of it. It wasn't a cozy house with lights in the windows and the smell of dinner cooking. It was a vacant, desolate lot, a plot covered with tall, slender weeds that swayed in the wind like dancing ghosts, dotted with scattered debris, broken beer bottles glinting like sharp teeth in the grass, rusted soup cans rolling in the breeze, pieces of charred wood crunching under the officers' boots. In the center of the vacant lot stood the charred remains of what appeared to be an old single-story wooden cottage, burned long ago in a fire that had left blackened beams pointing skyward like accusing fingers. The roof caved in a collapse of broken tiles in the front door frame, an empty rectangle yawning like a toothless mouth. There were no intact doors that clicked shut reassuringly, no windows with curtains fluttering in the breeze, no smoke rising from an imaginary chimney. There was no one, just the wind whispering through the ruins like a forgotten lament, the smell of charred wood and damp earth rising in gusts that stung the nose. The address was fake, a cruel and calculated decoy, an abandoned house that Alex had chosen to mock us, a dead place that reflected the emptiness I now felt in my chest. The disappointment and emptiness that hit me at that moment were abysmal, a black pit that sucked the air from my lungs and made the world tilt, the Chevy seeming smaller and more claustrophobic as Dad cursed under his breath, his hand gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white as bone. The police searched the grounds with flashlights that cut through the gathering dusk, their boots splashing in rain puddles that reflected their distorted silhouettes. But they found only scattered trash and broken bottles that crunched under their feet like stifled laughter. There was no trace of Alex, not a footprint in the mud, not a cigarette butt smoothed out with lipstick, not a forgotten envelope with his neat handwriting. There was no physical evidence, only the messages on my phone that now seemed like digital echoes of a ghost, sent from a disposable number to a discarded address, a decoy that evaporated like smoke in the river breeze. The case was closed with a bureaucratic note in a file that smelled of old paper and broken promises, the gray-mustached agent nodding with a "Keep us posted if he reappears, Mr. Clark. These guys tend to move when they feel the heat." Alex disappeared after that day, as if the northwest wind had carried him back to the hills of Portland, his shadow dissipating in the rain that fell that night like a veil of oblivion. The messages stopped abruptly, the phone falling silent like a still lake after a storm, the notes and gifts on my porch or in my mailbox evaporating like morning mist. I never saw him again at the lamppost on the yellow brick road, his gray sweater and newspaper a memory blurring in my mind like an overexposed photo. It was as if he had vanished into the humid Oregon air, or as if, cornered and exposed by the police and my father's roar, he had simply sought another prey in another neighborhood, Another girl in a pleated skirt and heavy backpack walking down a painted path. I never heard from him again. The police couldn't trace the disposable number or find any matches in databases of known stalkers, the file being filed away in a dusty drawer at the police station. Just another case in a city where shadows multiply with the rain. The case was closed without resolution, an anticlimactic ending that left a hollow void instead of closure, like a book that ends on page 200 without solving the mystery. But the fear didn't disappear with it. Didn't dissipate like smoke from a dying campfire or fog lifting with the sun. It settled in me like a permanent, chronic, silent tenant, a low pulse at the bottom of my life that makes every shadow on the street look like his hunched silhouette, every car that slows down near me. The purr of the engine dropping like a predator stalking in the fog makes my heart leap into my throat and quicken my pace until my legs burn. Today, older, with a life built on layers of therapy and routines that attempt to rebuild trust. A job at an independent bookstore in downtown Portland, where the scent of old books and ground coffee is a daily balm. A house of my own with high fences and security cameras that blink red like watchful eyes. A boyfriend who walks me home every night and holds my hand without asking. I fear he will return. That the smile that didn't reach his eyes and the "Hello, Princess" whispered on the yellow brick road were just a pause in his game. Every time an unknown number calls my phone, the buzz vibrating on the nightstand like a trapped insect. My heart flips like a fish in a net, my breath catching in my throat until I answer with a trembling voice and find only silence or the wrong voice. Every time I see a man alone, watching from a distance at a bus stop or in a park, his gray sweater fluttering in the wind, a folded newspaper under his arm, I wonder if it's him, if he's been waiting all these years in the shadows of Selwood or a neighboring suburb, his obsession fermenting like sour wine in a forgotten barrel. My childhood ended on that yellow brick road, not with a shrill scream that alerts the neighbors or a blow that leaves visible bruises, but with the terrifying silence of a burned house that didn't exist and a monster that never had a complete face, but whose breath, warm, viscous, possessive, I still feel sometimes on the back of my neck when I walk alone, causing the world to shrink and the path beneath my feet to seem not of yellow bricks, but of gravel that sinks with every step. I work in customer service at a local supermarket, one of those big stores with endless aisles filled with shiny cans and shelves that seem to stretch on forever. It's not my dream job, I'll admit that right off the bat. No one walks into a place like this imagining they'll spend the rest of their life scanning barcodes and resolving disputes over expired coupons. But it pays the bills, and in a world where bills arrive like Swiss watches, that's more than many can say. Besides, there are good days, those fleeting moments that make the shift not a complete waste of time. I like Mrs. Gable, for example. She's an elderly woman with hair dyed a shade of blonde that looks like it came straight out of the 1950s, and she comes religiously on Tuesday mornings. She always pushes her cart with deliberate slowness, as if the supermarket were a museum and she were a tourist enjoying every exhibit. And every Tuesday, without fail, she tells me the same story about her cat, Simon. Oh dear, yesterday, Simon climbed onto the garage roof again. You should have seen him, with his tail standing up like a flag, meowing as if he were conducting an orchestra. She says it with sparkling eyes, as if it were the first time she told the story, and I feign surprise, nod enthusiastically, and ask her for the details I already know by heart. How she got him down with a can of tuna. How he looked at her with those accusing green eyes afterward. It's a ritual, and amid the chaos of impatient lines and loudspeaker announcements, that ritual anchors me a little to sanity. Then there's Mr. Charlter, a second-generation immigrant who works as a chef in a Chinese restaurant downtown. He comes once a week, always on Thursday evenings, and head straight for the exotic spice aisle, that forgotten corner at the back where the air smells of turmeric and Sichuan pepper. He doesn't speak much English, or at least pretends not to in order to avoid unnecessary chatter, but when he needs something specific, like that oyster sauce we only carry in tiny bottles, or a packet of Thai bay leaves hidden among the dried herbs, he beckons me discreetly from across the counter. I drop what I'm doing, jump over the checkout barrier, and accompany him through the aisles, illuminated by fluorescent lights that buzz like angry insects. "Here, Mr. Charlter, try this," I say, handing him a dusty jar. He examines it under the light, sniffs it with a deep inhalation, and nods, or shakes his head with surgical precision. Once, after finding a perfect batch of fresh ginger, he invited me to his restaurant with a shy gesture and a crumpled card. I never went. The idea of stepping out of my routine terrified me even then, but I keep the card in my wallet, like a talisman of kindness in a sea of indifference. It's a routine job, yes. Forced smiles that stretch like rubber bands to the limit, dealing with absurd complaints about the price of cucumbers. This is robbery, young lady. In my day, a cucumber cost a penny, and the constant ticking of the clock that marks the end of the shift like a distant promise. At the end of the day, you go home, take off your green vest with the faded logo, and leave it behind. Or at least, that's what's supposed to happen. It should be a switch you flip when you walk out the door, leaving the stress of the supermarket on the sidewalk like a shed skin. But life doesn't always follow the script. My life outside of work is quiet. Too quiet, perhaps, to the point that I sometimes wonder if it's not more of a void disguised as peace. I live alone in a small house at the end of a cul-de-sac on the outskirts of a mid-sized town in the American Midwest. It's one of those towns where everyone knows each other by sight, but no one asks too many questions, where houses line up like tired soldiers along tree-lined streets that turn into two-lane highways as soon as you leave the city limits. I bought the house, rented it, because saving for a mortgage on my salary is like trying to fill an ocean with a teaspoon, because it was a bargain. The landlord, a grumpy guy named Hank who lives 3 blocks away, offered it to me at half price. It's a little old, needs painting, and the roof leaks in heavy storms, but it's solid as a rock. And it is. The house has that decrepit charm of 1930s construction, wooden walls that creak like old bones, floors that sag slightly in the center of the living room, and a front porch with a splintered railing where I sit every morning with my cup of black coffee, watching the sun filter through the leaves of the oak trees lining the street. The backyard is a controlled disaster, patches of uneven grass dotted with wildflowers that sprout without permission, and a rusty swing set I inherited from the previous tenant. I don't have any pets, allergic to fur, or so I tell myself, or houseplants that don't end up wilted within a week. My closest friends, Lisa and Mark, live an hour away in the big city, and our conversations are reduced to sporadic text messages and birthday calls. We should get together soon, we always say, but soon stretches like gum until it turns into months. I spend most of my evenings in a bubble of comfortable solitude. I read mystery novels on the frayed sofa in the living room, with a floor lamp casting a yellow circle on the pages. Or I watch series on the old TV, those addictive plots of unsolved crimes that ironically make me feel safe in my isolation. Or I simply enjoy the silence, the distant ticking of a clock in the kitchen, the occasional whisper of the wind against the windows. It was a routine that enveloped me like an old familiar blanket. Or so it did, until the flashes began. It was a Tuesday night. I remember it with a clarity that borders on pain because I had had a particularly exhausting shift. The supermarket was crowded, as it always was on Tuesdays after payday, and I spent 3 hours dealing with an angry customer, a middle-aged man with a graying mustache and bulging veins in his neck. He wanted his favorite brand of light yogurt, the strawberry one with probiotics, and we had run out of stock by mid-morning. "This is unacceptable. I'm diabetic, young lady. Do you know what will happen to me if I eat the other one? I'll die," he shouted. while I checked the inventory on the computer, feeling the heat of the stares from the line behind him. In the end, I offered him a discount coupon for next time and an alternative yogurt, but he left muttering insults, leaving a trail of bitterness that stuck to my skin like smoke. I got home after 9, my feet throbbing and my head buzzing. I took off my shoes in the entryway, leaving them piled by the door like corpses, and collapsed on the sofa with a hand-knitted blanket my grandmother left me. The book I had started last week, a suspense story about a woman haunted by shadows, rested on my lap, open to page 147. The lights in the living room were dim, only the lamp and a lantern on the coffee table, casting long shadows that danced with the flickering of the light bulb. I was about to read the next paragraph when I saw it. A flash of white light, quick and bright as lightning from a distant storm, illuminated my living room window curtain for a fraction of a second. The window looks directly onto the street, onto the quiet darkness of my cul-de-sac, where the asphalt disappears into a wall of hedges and trees that separate my property from the surrounding forest. I froze, the book halfway down to my lap, my heart racing in a dull thump. Lightning. I looked up at the ceiling as if I could see through it to the sky, but the air was dry, the weather forecast on my phone promising a cloudless, starry night. A passing car. I listened intently, straining my ears until the silence became oppressive. Nothing. Not the purr of a distant engine, nor the crunch of tires on cracked asphalt. The street was empty, a black void dotted only by the distant glow of a streetlight at the end of the alley. I shrugged, attributing it to a car headlight on the main road, reflecting strangely in a neighbor's window, or perhaps to my fatigue playing tricks on me after 8 hours on my feet. I returned to my book, forcing my eyes to focus on the blurry words, but the tranquility of the night had been shattered like thin glass. Every shadow on the wall seemed to move a little more. Every whisper of the wind against the house sounded like a stealthy footstep. I stumbled through the chapter and crawled into bed, but sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams, where white lights pierced the darkness like needles. The next day, I almost forgot about it. My shift at the supermarket was a flurry of normality. I helped Mrs. Gable carry her grocery bags, skim milk, packets of digestive biscuits, and that can of tuna for Simon, and we chatted about the weather, which was finally cooling down with the arrival of fall. "The leaves will be falling soon, dear. You'll have to sweep that porch of yours," she said with a wrinkled smile. And I laughed, promising I would. Mr. Charlton didn't show up that Wednesday. It was his day off, I assumed, but the steady stream of customers kept me busy, anchored in the present. I got home while the sun was still high, cooked a simple pasta with tomato sauce from a jar, and allowed myself a nap on the sofa, waking only when twilight tinged the sky purple. That night, all was calm. I read until midnight, the book flowing smoothly now that the fatigue of the previous day had dissipated. I went to bed feeling almost normal, the flash incident filed away in a corner of my mind as a whim of fatigue. 2 days later, on Thursday night, it happened again. This time I was in the kitchen washing the dinner dishes under the stream of warm water that splashed onto the flowered apron I wear to keep my clothes clean. Dinner had been improvised. A turkey sandwich with melted cheese and a salad of wilted lettuce that I salvaged from the crisper drawer. The sink faces a narrow window overlooking the backyard, a rectangle of glass fogged up by the steam from the hot water. I was humming a forgettable pop song from the radio in the living room, something about lost loves and endless summers when the flash occurred. It wasn't an ambiguous reflection this time. It was a flash. Deliberate. Like a professional camera, white and blinding, flooding the kitchen for an eternal moment, casting my distorted shadow against the white-tiled wall. My heart lurched violently, a beat that echoed in my ears like a war drum. I dropped the plate I was rinsing. It crashed into the sink with a clang that made me jump and move toward the window, frantically drying my hands on my gray sweatpants. The water was still running, an insistent drip that amplified the silence. I looked outside, pressing my nose against the cold glass. Nothing. Just the thick darkness of the backyard, where the tall grass swayed slightly in an invisible breeze, and the darker mass of trees in the background, a wall of pines and oaks marking the boundary with the municipal forest. The air was still, so still that I could hear my own ragged breathing. Not a leaf stirred, not a twig crackled, not even an owl's hoot broke the stillness. I turned off the tap with a sharp twist, the stream dying in a sigh, and stood there, motionless, counting to 100 in my head as I scanned the blackness. Had it been real? I rubbed my eyes, wondering if the steam from the sink had played tricks on the moonlight filtering through the clouds. But no, the flash had been too sharp, too deliberate. I tiptoed to the living room, turning off all the lights except for a table lamp, and peered out the front window. The cul-de-sac was deserted, the neighboring houses sunk in their own silence, with only the occasional flicker of a television through closed curtains. I sat on the sofa, my knees tucked up to my chest, and waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Nothing. The clock on the wall read 10:15, and the sleep I had planned evaporated like smoke. Instead, a dull uneasiness crept over me, a tingling at the back of my neck that made me turn my head at every shadow. That night, I slept with the hallway light on, the bedroom door ajar, and dreamed of invisible eyes glowing in the dark. I began to feel uncomfortable in my own home, as if the walls that once protected me were now conspiring to betray me. The next day at work, the world seemed too loud. The beeps of the cash registers like gunshots, the laughter of customers like mockery. I helped Mr. Charlter that afternoon. He had arrived late, his restaurant apron still stained with soy sauce, and as I handed him the spice packet, my hands trembled slightly. "Everything okay, miss?" he asked in his soft accent, and I forced a smile, muttering something about a long night. He didn't press the issue, but his concerned gaze stayed with me for the rest of my shift. I got home before dark for the first time in months, and began closing the curtains as soon as the sun set. The living room window, the kitchen window, even the bedroom window, all covered with thick fabrics that blocked the light but also the view, turning my home into a cave. I checked the locks 2-3 times a night. The front door with its double deadbolt, the back door to the garden that always sticks a little, the windows with their rusty latches. But the flashes continued. Not every night, but intermittently, unpredictably, like a nervous tick of the house itself. The third time was on a Friday, after a shift where a sudden storm flooded the parking lot, and I had to help customers load their cars in the pouring rain. I arrived soaked, my hair stuck to my forehead, and took a hot bath that lasted half an hour, the steam fogging up the bathroom mirror until I wiped a circle with my hand to look at myself. Sunken eyes, pale skin. I put on my pajamas, a loose t-shirt and cotton shorts, and curled up on the sofa with a cup of chamomile tea, trying to reconnect with my routine. The TV was murmuring a documentary about wildlife in Africa, lions stalking the savannah, and I lost myself in the images, letting the warmth of the tea lull me to sleep. Then, the flash, this time from the front, illuminating the living room curtain like a theater spotlight. I sat up with a start, spilling hot tea on my lap. The burn made me hiss in pain, and ran to the window, pulling the curtain back just an inch. The street was empty, but I swore I saw a fleeting movement at the end of the alley, a shadow melting into the hedges like smoke. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice breaking, but only the wind answered, rustling the branches with a mocking whisper. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the sofa with the lights off, the phone in my hand ready to dial 911, and stared through the crack in the curtains, my eyes burning from the strain. The clock ticked slowly. 11, midnight, 1 a.m. Nothing. Just the beat of my heart and the occasional howl of a coyote in the distant woods. The flashes became an erratic pattern, a game of harassment that eroded my peace, drop by drop. One night, on Saturday, I was in bed trying to read, the same book, now stuck on page 200, when the flash came from the bedroom, bathing the room in white. I jumped out of bed, the book falling to the floor with a dull thud, and looked out the back window. The garden looked like an abyss. the grass silvery in the moonlight, and for a second, I thought I saw a silhouette among the trees, tall, motionless, like a forgotten lamppost. But when I blinked, it was gone, leaving only panic pounding in my chest. Again, on Monday, after a particularly gray day at the supermarket, where a whiny child splashed me with apple juice, and Mrs. Gable told me the story of Simon with a variation on an imaginary mouse. The flash occurred while I was cooking, or I was chopping onions for soup, the knife sliding with precision, when light burst into the kitchen window. The knife slipped, cutting my index finger, a shallow gash that bled profusely onto the cutting board. I bandaged the wound with trembling gauze and sat on the floor, knees to my chest, sobbing silently as the soup cooled on the forgotten stove. It was as if someone was playing with me, a constant reminder that I was being watched, dissected from the darkness. I would sit in the dark living room, all the lights off so as not to give myself away, and stare through the crack in the curtains, my breath held, my muscles tense as cables. Hours like this, the outside world reduced to a tapestry of shadows and occasional flashes of streetlights. Once, around midnight, I heard a creak on the front porch, the sound of a loose board giving way under weight. I froze, my heart pounding, and reached for the phone. Footsteps. An animal. I waited, counting breaths, until a raccoon crossed the yard, its eyes reflecting the moonlight like two coins. False alarm, but the terror built, layer upon layer, until every night was a vigil. Finally, I went to the police. It was a Wednesday afternoon, after a shift where Mr. Charlton gave me a box of homemade dumplings. "For you to try, miss. You look tired." And I accepted it with feigned gratitude, my stomach churning with anxiety. The police station was in the center of town, a low red brick building that smelled of stale coffee and printed forms. The officer who attended to me was Sergeant Ramirez, a man in his 50s with a gray mustache and eyes that seemed to have seen too much. I sat in a hard plastic chair across from his cluttered desk and told him everything. The flashes, the sleepless nights, the growing paranoia. I spoke quickly, the words tumbling over each other, while he took notes in a yellow notebook. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers. "Miss Ellis, I understand you're scared. It sounds disturbing, but without a description of a suspect or more concrete evidence, like a video or a witness, there's little we can do at this point. It could be a kid from the neighborhood with a laser pointer playing pranks, or someone taking pictures of wildlife. Your street is near a wooded area, right? Hikers sometimes use powerful flashes to capture owls or deer at night." I felt foolish instantly, heat rising to my cheeks. Was I overreacting? Was it just my overactive imagination, fueled by work stress and loneliness? I nodded, muttering a "thank you," and walking out with wobbly legs. In the car, glancing in the rearview mirror as if someone were following me, my instincts screamed no. That cold knot in my stomach, that primitive intuition that is never wrong, told me there was something else, something deliberate. The following days were a precarious dance between normality and panic. At work, I smiled more, chatted more with Mrs. Gable about Simon and his adventures, this time an epic hunt for a butterfly in the garden. But inside, I was counting the minutes until the end of my shift. I would come home and check the perimeter, porch, garden, windows, like an obsessive ritual. The flashes persisted, but now I anticipated them, stalking them like an inverted predator. One night, the flash came twice, 2 quick pulses from the garden, like sinister Morse code. I leaned out, my breath fogging up the glass, and swore I saw the glint of metal in the bushes. A lens, perhaps. I shouted, "Get out of there." My voice breaking, but only the echo answered. The real nightmare began a month after that first flash, on a night of light rain that drummed against the roof like impatient fingers. I'd come home after a long shift, 8 hours on my feet, dealing with a checkout system malfunction that turned the supermarket into a chaos of snaking lines, exhausted to the bone. I took off my damp vest, hung it on the coat rack like a discarded skin, and poured myself a glass of red wine from the cheap bottle I kept for nights like this. The living room was in darkness, only the blue light from the laptop on the kitchen table illuminating the space. I turned on the device to check my email before going to sleep. Online clothing promotions, a reminder from the dentist, a message from Lisa asking if everything was okay. Among the spam and newsletters, there was one from a sender I didn't recognize. The address was a string of meaningless letters and numbers, kxlp993@gmail.com. The subject line was blank, a void that made my skin crawl. With a horrible feeling, like the omen of a storm, I clicked. There was no text in the body of the message, just an attachment, an unnamed JPEG image. I hesitated, the cursor hovering over the download button, my pulse quickening. "What the hell?" I muttered, and pressed enter. The photo opened in a new window, and the world came to a screeching halt. It was a photograph of me. I was in my kitchen, with my back to the window, one hand on my hip, talking on the phone. I was wearing the gray sweatshirt I wear around the house, the one with the high neck and a coffee stain on the sleeve that I can never get out. The photo was from the night before. I knew instantly from the wall clock visible in the background. 8:47 p.m., just when I had called my mother to tell her about my day at work. The quality wasn't perfect. Grainy, blurry around the edges, as if taken with a telephoto lens from a distance, through glass fogged up by rain. But I was clearly visible. The outline of my silhouette, the tilt of my head, even the strand of hair escaping from my bun. Someone had been out there, in my garden, in the dark and rain, and had photographed me without my knowledge, while I chatted carefree about the weather and idiot customers. An uncontrollable tremor ran through my body, starting in my hands and rising to my chest like a wave of cold. My hands were sweaty, sticky against the wine glass I was still holding, and I dropped it. It shattered on the linoleum floor, the red liquid spreading like blood. I looked toward the kitchen window, now dark and reflective like a black mirror, my pale, distorted face staring back at me. I felt exposed, violated to my core, my sanctuary. That little house I had turned into a refuge had become a glass fishbowl, with invisible eyes pressed against the glass. I staggered to my feet, my legs like jelly, and ran to the back door, turning the key with clumsy fingers. I stepped out onto the covered porch, rain splashing my bare feet, and turned on my phone's flashlight, sweeping the yard with the shaky beam. The grass was wet, dotted with puddles that reflected the light like accusing eyes. The trees in the background swayed in the wind, branches like skeletal fingers. Nothing. No one. I went back inside, slamming the door with a bang that echoed in my bones, and collapsed against the wall, sobbing until I ran out of breath. And then, as if the sender could see my panic through the screen, another email arrived. The sound of the notification ding made me jump as if I had been shot. Same sender, another attachment. This time, I didn't hesitate. Or perhaps terror drove me on. I downloaded the image, and the horror deepened, became more intimate, like a blade sliding under the skin. It was a photo of my bedroom. It had been taken from outside, through the side window overlooking the garden. You could see my unmade bed, the sheets tangled in a chaotic knot because I always toss and turn in my sleep. On the nightstand, the mystery book was open in the middle, with my finger mark still on the page. The photo was from that very morning, just before I left for work, the sun filtering through the half-open curtains, casting streaks of light on the comforter. It must have been taken while I was getting dressed in the adjoining bathroom, with the bedroom door wide open, a silly habit I now cursed myself for. No one should see that. The private mess of my morning routine, my pajamas strewn on the floor, the half-used hand cream next to the book. It was an invasion that transcended the physical. It was as if a piece of my soul had been stolen. Panic washed over me like a tide. I ran to the bedroom, locking the door for the first time in my life, and checked every corner. Under the bed, the closet, behind the curtains, nothing. But the photo was there, on my screen, irrefutable proof that someone had been close enough to capture details that only a voyeur could appreciate. I slammed the laptop shut, as if that could erase the evidence, and sat on the living room floor, hugging my knees, my heart beating wildly. How long had they been doing this? Were the flashes just teasers? Preludes to this? I cried until my eyes burned, and when sleep finally came, it was on the sofa, with the blanket thrown over me like inadequate armor. The emails kept coming, always from new, anonymous accounts, generated on Go servers that no internet tutorial taught me how to track down. I used my free time at work, those slow moments between noon and 3, to search forums. How to track anonymous emails, what to do if you're being harassed online. But the answers were vague, full of warnings about VPNs and disposable accounts. Each notification was a punch in the stomach. The photos were a macabre catalog of my domesticated life, seen through a sinister lens that transformed the mundane into the terrifying. One was of me washing dishes, the same pose as in the first photo, but this time from the side, capturing the soapy suds in my hands and the bored expression on my face. Another showed me picking up the mail from the front porch on a sunny morning last week, me crouching down, leafing through bills and catalogs, the sun shining on my tousled hair. I was wearing denim shorts and an old t-shirt, and the photo made me look like an unwitting model in an advertisement for suburban life. Then came one of me, reading on the sofa, my hair pulled back in a messy bun, my legs crossed under the blanket. It was from that same night, the night of the first email. The angle suggested it had been taken from the living room window, through the half-open curtain that I had forgotten to close completely. But the photos began to change angle, escalating the intrusion like steps on a staircase into the abyss. One showed me from above, as if it had been taken from a tree branch in the backyard, the old oak tree that leans over the kitchen window. You could see the porch roof, the clothesline with my underwear fluttering, and me in the center, leaning over the countertop making coffee. The image quality was worse here, but the detail was chilling. The date and time stamped in the corner, confirming it was from last Sunday. How had they gotten up there, with a ladder, climbing in the dark? The thought paralyzed me for hours. Another was an extreme close-up of my face through the living room window, capturing my bored expression as I watched television. My eyes half closed, my mouth slightly open in a yawn, the light from the screen reflecting in my pupils. It was so intimate that I felt nauseous. It was as if they had captured my raw vulnerability, that moment of total disconnection. I received it during a lunch at work, hidden in the employee bathroom, and vomited the tuna sandwich I had eaten, tears mixing with the water in the sink. The scariest of all was the one that arrived a week later, on a sleepless night where I had patrolled the house like a night guard, flashlight in hand. It was a photo of my hallway, taken from the bedroom door, looking towards the main exit. The narrow hallway, with its faded beige walls, the coat rack with my jacket hanging on it, the messy shoe rack with my work boots. It had been taken on a day when I had gone out shopping, I remembered. Last Wednesday, when I went to the supermarket for extra shifts and left the house empty for 4 hours. No one should have been there. The photo didn't show me, but that made it worse. It was the house alone, exposed, as if the intruder had claimed the space as their own. Someone had been inside my house, breathing my air, touching my things, and had left without a trace. That was the day fear turned into absolute panic, a wild animal clawing at me from within. I searched every inch of the house with feverish meticulousness. I lifted mattresses, emptied drawers, inspected the floor for muddy footprints. Nothing was missing. Not the money in the cookie tin, nor the cheap jewelry on the nightstand. There were no signs of forced entry. The locks were intact, the windows sealed. But there was the evidence, printed on photographic paper I bought at the village stationery store, trembling in my hands. I took everything to the police station that same afternoon, skipping my shift at the supermarket. I called in sick, my voice hoarse from crying. Sergeant Ramirez greeted me again, and this time, when he saw the photo of the hallway, His face turned serious, the lines on his forehead deepening like furrows in dry earth. "This is serious, Miss Ellis. Home invasion. We're going to open a formal investigation." They took my statements, photographed the prints, copied the emails onto their computers. They promised night patrols on my street, a detective assigned to the case. A technician from the department came the next day, a young guy with glasses and a toolkit. He checked the locks and shook his head. "These are old, easy to pick with a lockpick. I recommend changing them all and adding an alarm system with security cameras. Nothing fancy, but it would deter anyone." I did it immediately, spending the savings I had set aside for a dream beach vacation. A trip to Florida with Lisa, white sand beaches, and cocktails with little umbrellas. The installer arrived 2 days later, drilling holes in the walls and wiring sensors that beeped every time a door opened. The cameras were small white spheres in the corners of the porch, the back door, and the garden, connected to an app on my phone that sent real-time alerts. "If anything moves, you'll know," the guy told me, and I nodded, feeling a relief as fragile as glass. The cameras never caught anything. Entire nights of footage reviewed on a loop. Raccoons rummaging through the trash, leaves blowing in the wind, a neighbor walking his dog in the distance. The emails curiously stopped after I installed them. The last one arrived the night before activation, a photo of me sleeping on the couch, my head tilted, my mouth half open in a sigh. It was the final nail in my sanity, but the feeling of being watched did not go away. Every creak of the floor as I walked, the old floor settling, the internet book said, made me jump, spinning around with my hand on my phone. Every whisper of the wind against the windows was a hot breath on the back of my neck. I could no longer sleep in my bedroom. The walls seemed to close in on me, the air thick with invisible presences. I moved to the sofa in the living room, with the lights on all night, the bulb wasting electricity as if it were water, and sleep came in broken fragments, interrupted by dreams where eternal flashes blinded me and anonymous eyes dissected me. Work became a paradoxical refuge, a place where I could pretend to be normal for a few hours. I smiled at customers, scanned products with mechanical efficiency, chatted with Mrs. Gable about Simon, now with an adventure involving a nosy neighbor, and helped Mr. Charlton find a rare spice called clove flower that smelled like spicy Christmas. But my smile grew increasingly fake, a rictus that hurt my cheeks, and my eyes were constantly tired, ringed with dark circles that makeup couldn't hide. Once, during a break, I locked myself in the bathroom and cried silently, the mirror reflecting a version of myself I didn't recognize. Gaunt, frightened, a ghost in my own skin, the weeks stretched out in a limbo of vigilance. The police patrolled. I heard the hum of their cars as they drove slowly down the street, headlights sweeping my porch like accusing fingers. But there were no leads. The detective, a woman named Harper with a smoker's raspy voice, called me weakly. "We're tracing the IP addresses of the emails, but they bounce all over the world. The photo from inside suggests they used a master key or a poorly sealed window. Have you noticed anyone new in the neighborhood?" I shook my head each time, though now I noticed everything. The UPS driver who took too long at the door next door, the woman from House 3 walking a nervous dog at midnight, the unfamiliar car parked at the end of the alley one night. Paranoia, Harper told me, but the knot in my stomach wouldn't loosen. One night, 2 weeks after the alarms, the tension peaked. I was on the couch, pretending to read, the words dancing meaninglessly on the page, when the app on my phone beeped. Movement on the rear camera. My heart leapt into my throat. I opened the notification with trembling fingers, and the live image showed the garden. A blurry, tall, hunched figure moving among the bushes. I screamed, dialing 911 as I ran to the back door, flashlight in hand. "Intruder! In my garden!" I stammered to the operator, my voice a squeak. The sirens arrived in minutes, blue and red lights bathing the house like a macabre party. Officers swept the garden with powerful flashlights, shouting, "Police, come out with your hands up!" They found a deer, a damn young deer, tangled in the vines of the hedge, kicking in panic. False alarm again. I sat on the porch while they freed it, laughing nervously among themselves, and the heat of embarrassment burned me. "I'm sorry," I muttered, but inside the terror took root deeper. Other tense situations peppered those days. Once at work, a new customer, a man in his 40s, with sunken eyes and a smile that didn't reach his lips, stared at me too long while paying for his groceries. "Nice house you have, at the end of Elm Street," he said casually, and the world tilted. "How?" I began, but he shrugged. "I drove by the other day. Nice, huh?" He left, but I spent the rest of my shift trembling, calling Harper afterward to report it. "Probably a coincidence," she said, but I installed blackout curtains on all the windows that night. Again, I dreamed the stalker was coming in. The door opening silently, saw footsteps down the hall, a flash illuminating my sleeping face. I woke up screaming, the couch soaked in sweat, and checked the cameras until dawn. Nothing. But the dream repeated itself. Cruel variations, where I saw his face, blurry, always blurry, before the flash blinded me. I never knew who the person taking those photos really was. The police investigation yielded no solid leads. There were no fingerprints on the printed photos, no witnesses in the neighborhood. The neighbors swore they hadn't seen anything, just you walking around nervously, dear. The emails were digital dead ends, bouncing off servers in Europe and Asia. It was a ghost, a presence that had invaded my life with surgical precision, and then vanished, leaving only the trace of its images and a deep-rooted terror that tangled in my veins like poison ivy. Luckily, I was able to move. The lease was flexible. Hank, the landlord, grumbled but agreed when I told him a sugar-coated version. Problems with the roof, constant leaks. I gave a vague excuse, packed my things into cardboard boxes stolen from the supermarket during night shifts, and hired a moving van for a day. Lisa came to help, driving from the city with pizza and wine, and as we loaded the sofa, heavy as a hippopotamus, she hugged me tight. "This is for the best friend. A new beginning." I nodded, but as I sealed the last box, I looked around. The empty porch, the neglected garden, the windows like blind eyes. I felt relief tinged with grief. Now I live in a third-floor apartment in a red brick building in the center of town, with an intercom that buzzes like an insect and cameras in every corner of the lobby. The windows overlook a paved courtyard, surrounded by high walls and uniform planters. No wild gardens, no exposed porches. The rent is double, but I sleep with the lights off, and the silence here is different, muffled by distant traffic and invisible neighbors. Sometimes, when I'm at work and a customer smiles at me in a way that seems too prolonged, like that man the other day with his cart full of soup cans, or when I see a flash of light on the street, the reflection of a shop window, a passing car, that old chill runs down my spine like an icy finger. I reported everything to the police station, and to this day it is still under investigation, although I know, deep down, that it is a cold case, filed away in a dusty drawer alongside unsolved mysteries. All that remains from that time are the photos kept by the police, digital copies in a secure folder, and the indelible memory of what it feels like to be an animal in a glass cage, watched by eyes you can never see, always wondering in the quietest moments, like now, sitting on my new sofa with a cup of tea cooling in my hands, if the one who is watching you is still out there, looking for a new window to peer through, a crack in your new armor, waiting for the perfect moment for the next flash. I always thought I understood the rules of the game. The digital world was a stage, and I had learned to dance under its lights with the precision of a ballerina who has rehearsed every step 1,000 times. I knew when to smile, when to pause dramatically, when to show vulnerability without appearing weak. It was an art, a carefully orchestrated performance, and I was its lead artist. It all started, as so many things do now, with a video on TikTok. It was a silly clip, the kind you make without thinking, in a moment of boredom on a Friday night. I was imitating the dramatic camera angles of cooking influencers, the ones who make frying an egg look like an act of culinary magic, while catastrophically burning some chocolate chip cookies. The mixture had spilled out of the pan, the smoke had set off the fire alarm, and I, with my hair pulled back in a messy bun and a University of Texas t-shirt stained with flour, had looked at the camera with an expression of genuine panic that then turned into nervous, almost hysterical laughter. I didn't think twice. I uploaded it at 11 p.m. with the title, "When You Try to Be Martha Stewart and End Up on the Fire Department's List, Drihar Fail, There's Catastrophic Cooking," and went to bed. When I woke up, my phone was on the verge of death, drowning in notifications. The battery was at 3%, alerts piling up on the screen like a digital avalanche. The video had 10,000 views. By breakfast time, peanut butter toast and instant coffee in my favorite mug, the white ceramic one with the phrase, "Good vibes only." The number had risen to 100,000. At noon, as I walked to the library to study for a sociology exam, I received a notification that stopped me in my tracks in the middle of the sidewalk. 1 million views. It was an avalanche of numbers, hearts, smiley faces, and comments scrolling by too fast to read. My name, Alice, was repeated over and over again, like a mantra in the mouths of strangers. Overnight, I was no longer Alice, the college student from Austin, Texas, who lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with her roommate Maya and dreamed of working for a human rights NGO. I had become Alice in Blunderland, a viral sensation. Followers came in an unstoppable flood, from a few thousand to 100,000 in a week, to 500,000 in a month, to 2 million in 6. Brands started sending emails, first small natural cosmetics companies, then sustainable clothing brands, and finally, entertainment giants. I signed with an agency. It was an impulsive decision born of euphoria and pressure. My agent, a woman named Chloe with an impeccable suit and a smile that didn't reach her eyes, told me, "Alice, you have a gift. You're authentic. People feel like you're real. But authenticity doesn't pay the bills. You need structure. You need consistent content." And so, I dropped out of college. I convinced my parents, with tears, with promises, with follower growth charts, that I was building my own future, that I didn't need a degree when I had a global audience. My life became a carousel of content, vlogs of my daily routine, a day in the life of a content creator, tours of my apartment, my minimalist and cozy space, collaborations with other creators, a spa day with Luna Glow, replies to comments, answering your craziest questions. I shared everything, or at least a carefully edited version of everything. I showed my kitchen, but not the dirty dishes in the sink. I showed my made bed, but not the sleepless nights due to anxiety. I showed my achievements, but not my doubts. I thought I was in control. I thought that filters, angles, and chosen moments were the barrier between my public self and my private self. I was naive. The first comment from El Observador went unnoticed for days, lost in the flood of adulation. It was under a video where I talked about my morning coffee on my balcony, with the city of Austin waking up behind me. The sun was filtering through the buildings, and I was holding my cup with both hands, smiling with my eyes half closed. He wrote, "The French coffee maker is nice, but Grandma Clara's blue cups have more character. You should use them more." I stared at the screen, a cold sensation running down the back of my neck. How did he know that? My grandmother's name was Clara, and yes, she had given me a set of blue cups, old-fashioned ones with little gold drawings of wildflowers. They were stored in the top cupboard because they seemed too fragile for everyday use. I had never shown them in any video or story. I had never even mentioned them. At first, I attributed it to an incredible coincidence. Maybe he had guessed the name. Maybe in the background of some old video, a little bit of one of those cups was visible on a shelf. I shook off my discomfort and moved on, but El Observador commented again, and each comment was like a drop of ice water. Under a video where I was buying plants for the balcony. Be careful with the ivy vine near the window screen in your bedroom. Fiddleback spiders like to hide there. By the way, the window gets stuck when it rains, right? You should get it fixed. I did have a window that got stuck when it was humid. It was in my bedroom, an annoying detail I complained about to my friends, but never online. Under a photo of my breakfast. Blueberries are fine, but remember what happened last time you ate strawberries from the Saturday market. Hives are no fun. A chill ran down my spine. I had a mild allergic reaction to strawberries a year ago before I became an influencer. Only my best friend Maya and my ex-partner Daniel knew about it. It wasn't in any digital record that I knew of. Panic began to grow, slow and persistent. I was no longer an eccentric admirer. I was someone who was looking beyond the stage. I decided to investigate. It was like stepping into my own distorted reflection. I started with the obvious, my own social media accounts. I checked every photo, every video, every ephemeral story I had saved. And then I began to see the patterns, the fragments that, like pieces of a crazy puzzle, someone had been putting together. In a vlog from a day in my life, from 8 months ago, I had swept the camera across my living room. For less than a second, an envelope was visible on the coffee table. If you froze the frame and zoomed in, you could half read the logo of my father's insurance company. The company's name was unusual, Haven Shield Mutual. In an Instagram story, I showed off my new nail polish, a bright coral shade. In the reflection of the window behind my hand, barely visible, you could see the reflection of an apartment building across from mine. A building with a unique brick facade with a spiral wrought iron balcony. In an old tweet complaining about traffic, I thoughtlessly mentioned the specific highway exit I always took to get to my parents' house. Why is exit 214 off I-35 always under construction? Sure, Traffichelle. El Observador wasn't a hacker. He was a digital archaeologist. He had taken those insignificant fragments, a blurry logo, a reflection, a casual complaint, and cross-referenced them with public databases, business directories, Google Street View maps, property records. He had reconstructed my life, digital brick by brick, until he had an almost perfect blueprint. And then the direct messages started. The first was a photo. It was a screenshot from Google Maps with a marker on the coffee shop where I used to study in college, the daily grind. The message read, "Your favorite table, the one in the corner by the outlet, is free today, at 3:17 p.m., as usual." The time was exact. It was the time I used to go every day before I dropped out. The second message was a list of my favorite movies, not the ones I mentioned in my Q&A. I love all the Marvel movies, but the real ones, the ones I had liked on a Letterboxd account I thought was anonymous, linked to an email address I didn't use for social media. Persona 1966, Mulholland Drive, The Piano, Moonlight, Portrait of a Lady on Fire. The terror became a physical presence in my apartment. I no longer felt watched. I felt dissected. Every like, every check-in, every background photo I had ever uploaded had become a thread this man had followed to weave a replica of my existence. The last straw came on a Tuesday night. I received a package in my mailbox. It had no return address. Inside, I found a handmade rag doll. It was wearing a denim miniskirt and a pink cardigan, which looked suspiciously like an outfit I wore in a viral video titled "Outfit of the Day, Casual Chic for Brunch." But what made my blood run cold was the doll's location. It wasn't in my mailbox on the ground floor. It was on the landing, right in front of my apartment door. He had entered the building. He knew exactly which floor I lived on. I opened my phone with trembling hands. I had a new direct message from El Observer. It was a photo of my rag doll taken from a low angle, as if whoever had taken it was crouching down, placing it there. The message read, "I know you like handmade things, like the crocheted blanket on your bed, the one your Aunt Sarah made for your 10th birthday. The colors are a little faded now, aren't they?" I screamed. It was a short, muffled sound of pure primal terror. He didn't just know the details of my digital life. He knew the details of my bed, of my bedroom, of my childhood. I called the police. I showed them everything, the comments, the messages, the doll. They were sympathetic, but their power was limited. "Without a direct threat of violence, miss, it's difficult to take action," said the officer, a middle-aged man with a tired look. "It's harassment, yes, but he's careful. He hasn't committed a physical crime. They filed a report and gave me a case number. They advised me to beef up my security, change the locks, install a camera at the door. Don't post your location. But how do you increase your security when your stalker isn't a man following you down the street, but a shadow that already lives in data, in the cloud, in the reflections of your own photos?" I hired a digital security expert. His name was Marcus, a guy in his 30s with thick glasses and a worn leather jacket. "Your digital footprint is like a shadow," he told me. "You can't erase it, but you can make it fainter." He helped me delete old accounts, change all my passwords, do a deep clean, but it was like trying to scoop water from the sea with my hands. The digital footprint is almost indelible. Every like, every search, every online purchase leaves a trail, and El Observador had followed every one of them. Paranoia took hold of me. Every shadow in the hallway was him. Every creak upstairs was his footsteps. I stopped posting content. My followers were confused, then angry. "Where's Alice? Come back. What drama?" I couldn't explain to them that the person they had followed, the influencer, was a construct that had allowed a stranger to build a cell around me. Finally, I made the only decision that felt safe. In an Instagram story, my face pale and my eyes swollen, I simply said, "I'm leaving. For my health. Thanks for everything." And then, I deleted the app from my phone, and TikTok, and Twitter. I left social media completely. Now, my life is smaller, grayer, but infinitely calmer. I am no longer thou Alice in Blunderland. I'm just Alice. I haven't been able to move yet. The contract and the cost are a problem. But that's what I'm desperately looking for. A new place. A space that isn't contaminated by the thousands of digital fragments I left behind. I miss the connection, the creativity, the community. But I don't miss the fear. The fear that, at any moment, a new comment, a new message, a new package with no return address will remind me that for El Observador, knowing will always be the first step to possessing. And I, without meaning to, gave him all the tools to know me to the bone. I never thought that something as simple as the sound of a notification could ruin my life. It all started on a random night. One of those nights when exhaustion makes you look for meaningless distractions. I had come home late from work, poured myself a glass of wine, and put on a movie I'd seen 1,000 times before. I didn't feel like thinking about anything. That's when my phone vibrated. A message from a number I didn't recognize. "Red suits you." I smiled automatically, thinking it was a mistake or some clumsy attempt at flirting, but the smile quickly faded. I was wearing a red sweater. It was late, I was alone, and no one could see me. I looked toward the window. The curtains were closed, but the feeling of being watched left my mouth dry. I typed, "Who are you?" but received no reply. I tried not to think about it. I continued watching the movie, although I don't remember a single scene. I turned everything off, went to bed, and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, my first thought was to check my phone. There was another message. "You sleep on your back. You dreamed of the sea." I felt a knot in my stomach. That night, I dreamed of the sea. I remembered it clearly. The sound of the waves, the cold wind, a feeling of slowly sinking. No one could have known that. I turned off my phone immediately. as if that gesture could give me back control. During the day, I tried to convince myself that someone was playing a joke on me. I mentioned it to a coworker, laughing it off to downplay its significance, but saying it out loud made it sound more disturbing. She advised me to block the number. I did so without thinking twice. That night, I made myself something to eat, put on some music, and tried to get back to normal, until the phone vibrated again. "Don't block me." It was a different number. The message was accompanied by a photo. My window, taken from outside. The lights were on, the curtains were slightly open, and my silhouette was blurred in the reflection. The fear became a physical, sharp sensation. I closed the blinds, turned off all the lights, and remained silent. I couldn't stop looking at the door. I hardly slept that night. The next morning, I found a note under the windshield wiper of my car. "You're not so pretty without makeup." The following days were constant torment. The messages kept coming, each one more precise, more intrusive. "You're late today." "Your boss is looking at you differently." "That bar isn't safe." Everything was accurate, as if someone were following me. I changed my routines, my routes, my schedules. I went to the police with the messages, the photos, and the note. The officer, a man with a tired look, listened to me with mechanical patience and then said, "Block the numbers. If it happens again, call us. Don't get paranoid." Paranoid. That word echoed in my head all the way home. I changed my number. I bought a new phone, even a new SIM card. I felt strangely free, as if I had escaped something. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept soundly. But the next morning, the new phone vibrated. "You look tired. You didn't sleep well with the change, did you?" I froze. No one knew my new number. No one. Over time, I learned to recognize the type of vibration before the message arrived, as if my body anticipated the threat. It was always when I was alone, when the silence was thickest. Sometimes the messages arrived seconds before things happened. "Don't open that door. Don't trust him. You're going to drop the cup." And it would fall, not because I predicted it, but because my hands were shaking so much that everything ended up breaking. I began to notice small changes in my house. Things moved, insignificant things. A chair displaced, the remote control in another place, the bathroom drawer slightly ajar. One morning, I got up to get a drink of water and found the balcony door slightly open. I could have sworn I had closed it. I closed everything and placed a chair against the front door. A little while later, the phone rang. Unknown number. "Do you remember me, Julia?" My heart stopped. No one called me Julia. Only my father did. And he had died years ago. I hung up without answering, but the voice stuck in my head. Deep, soft, almost affectionate. The following days were a shapeless nightmare. Fear made me clumsy. I forgot things, was late, avoided going out. One night, while I was washing the dishes, the television turned on by itself. There was no signal, just white noise. Then the phone rang. "I don't like that channel." I threw the cell phone on the floor. I burst into tears. I called my mother, but I didn't want to tell her. I didn't want to worry her. I locked myself in the bathroom and checked every corner, convinced I would find a hidden camera, a microphone, something. I found nothing, but the fear didn't go away. One morning, before going to work, I noticed that my toothbrush was wet. I hadn't used it. I stared at it for a long time, unable to move. My phone vibrated on the table. "You have a pretty smile." I went to a second police station. I brought evidence, screenshots, photos, call logs. "It could be a technical error," they said. "Or someone close to you. Check your social media." I shut everything down. I deleted my accounts, changed my emails, passwords, everything. Nothing changed. The messages continued with a different tone. They were no longer observations, they were warnings. "Don't go out today. Your neighbor lied to you. The white car isn't safe." I started seeing the white car every night parked in front of the building. Always the same one, never moving. One morning I looked out the window and it was gone. At dawn I received another message. You see, I was right. I began to doubt everything. my memories, my own mind. Sometimes I thought I was imagining it, that I was losing my mind. But all it took was another message to remind me that it was real. One Tuesday, as I was leaving work, I felt a presence behind me. It was a tall man in a gray coat. As he passed me, he muttered without looking at me, "Don't run." I didn't think about it. I ran. That night, I locked myself in the bathroom with the kitchen knife and the phone in my hand. I was certain that if I left, he would be there. At 3 a.m, I heard a noise in the hallway. The apartment door creaked. I turned off the light and held my breath. The lock turned slowly. I heard him come in. His voice was barely a whisper. "Julia." The fear was a physical blow. I hid behind the sofa, the knife trembling in my hands. I could hear him breathing. One step, another. I felt him stop right behind me. I turned and screamed with all my might. He screamed too, surprised, and ran for the door. I ran out after him, barefoot, hysterical, screaming for help. The neighbors turned on their lights. One called the police. It took them 20 minutes to arrive. They checked everything, took a vague statement, and said it was probably an attempted robbery. They didn't take any evidence or look for fingerprints. The next morning, I found a new message. It didn't have to be this way. I lived the following months in a state I don't know how to describe. It wasn't fear, it was something worse, a suffocating resignation. I knew he was still there, somewhere. The messages became less frequent, then disappeared. I began to regain a minimal routine, although every sound made me jump. I thought it was all over, until one night when my phone vibrated while I was brushing my teeth. "The new bathroom suits you." I stared at the mirror. I couldn't move. The worst part wasn't the message. The worst part was that I had left my cell phone in the bedroom. I moved again. Another city, another job, another number. I installed cameras, sensors, alarms. I no longer had any friends. I'd lost trust in everyone. I began to live with the constant feeling of being watched. Sometimes I saw shadows that weren't there. I slept with the light on. For weeks, nothing happened. No messages, no calls. I began to believe, or rather to hope, that it had all been a long nightmare. One afternoon, while shopping at the supermarket, I felt someone staring at me. I turned slowly and saw him. A few feet away, between the aisles, was the man in the gray coat. He was holding a basket, pretending to choose a product, but his eyes were fixed on me. He didn't move. I left my cart and ran out. That night, a message. "Don't be scared. I just wanted to see you." From then on, everything became confusing. Nights blended into days. I didn't know if I was sleeping or just closing my eyes out of exhaustion. Sometimes I would wake up convinced I had heard footsteps. Other times, I thought I could hear him breathing. I went to a psychiatrist. They prescribed me anti-anxiety medication and sleeping pills. They told me I had to accept that my mind was reacting to trauma, that I had to regain control. But there's no therapy possible when every sound from the phone makes you jump out of your seat. One afternoon, while checking work emails, the monitor suddenly turned off, and a new window appeared. Just one line of text. "Don't hide." I turned off the computer. I called a technician who, after checking, told me that the computer had no remote connection, that no one could have accessed it. But the message was there, on the screen. Fear, when it goes on for a long time, turns into something else. It turns you into a smaller version of yourself, always on alert, always tired. I started losing weight. I stopped working. My mother called me so many times that I finally traveled to see her. I spent a week at her house. No messages, not a single sign. I thought it was finally over. The night before I returned, I went to bed early. My mother was asleep. In the darkness, my cell phone vibrated on the nightstand. I looked at it. "I don't like your mom." I turned it off and threw it out the window. I returned to the city the next day, without a phone. I bought a new one, but I didn't turn it on for days. I convinced myself that he couldn't follow me anymore. Until one afternoon when I came back from the supermarket, I found an envelope under my door. There was no sender. Inside was a photo. Me, sleeping. Taken from the right side of the bed. I broke down. I cried until I couldn't breathe. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was certainty. There was no escape. I decided to face him. I couldn't keep running away. If he was watching me, if he was really close, I would find him. I went to the park where he had followed me the first time. I walked slowly, feeling his gaze with every step. And there he was, standing a few feet away wearing the same gray coat. He looked at me calmly, with an almost friendly smile. "Why?" I shouted. "What do you want from me?" He tilted his head, as if the question confused him. "Nothing you haven't already given me," he said. His voice was soft, without a trace of guilt. "Who are you?" I asked. "Someone who cares for you." He took a step toward me. "Don't come any closer," I said. "If you do, I'll record everything." I raised my phone, trembling, pointing it at him as if it were a weapon. He smiled barely. "Julia, you're already recording everything." I took a step back, not understanding. "You always have." And then he turned and walked away into the trees, walking with that calmness that always made my blood run cold. The video was useless. The police said his face was indistinguishable. The file was damaged, as if someone had tampered with it. I tried to explain, but no one believed me. They said I needed help, that I should rest. I haven't seen him since, but the silence didn't bring peace. It brought something worse. A week ago, I moved again, to a small building far from downtown. I didn't give anyone the address. I don't have social media, email, or a personal phone. I only use my work phone, and I turn it off when I get home. Last night, while I was making coffee, I heard the buzz of a notification. There shouldn't have been any sound. The phone was in airplane mode. I picked it up with cold hands. On the screen, a message. "Don't worry, Julia. You won't see me this time." I put the phone down on the table and stared out the window. My reflection was just a shaky shadow on the glass. Outside, the night was so thick that it seemed to be staring back at me. I don't know if I'm afraid or if I've already given up. I only know that every time a phone vibrates, even if it's not mine, my heart stops. Because I no longer know if the sounds are real or if fear has made me part of something I can't control. And as I write this, I hear another message arrive. I don't need to read it to know it's him. He always knows when I'm afraid. And he always arrives just in time. I don't remember the exact moment when I began to feel that something was out of place. But if I had to choose a starting point, I would say it was the day the first box arrived. It was just another morning. One of those mornings when the silence of the neighborhood is broken only by the distant noise of delivery trucks and the singing of birds on the power lines. I had been living alone for 2 years, in a small house on the outskirts of a town that most people wouldn't be able to locate on a map. It was a quiet place, almost too quiet, where everything seemed to stay the same no matter how much time passed. When I opened the door and saw the box, I thought it was a mistake. There was no return label, just my name and address written by hand in neat but strangely impersonal handwriting. The cardboard was slightly damp from the morning dew, but it didn't look old or battered. I picked it up with some curiosity, trying to remember if I had ordered anything online, even though I knew I hadn't. Back then, online shopping was rare for me. I preferred to avoid anything that involved receiving packages. Maybe that's why I found it so puzzling. I opened it on the kitchen table. Inside was a layer of carefully folded brown paper, and underneath it, a small object wrapped in a handkerchief. I picked it up with my hands and opened it carefully. It was a lighter, a silver lighter with some signs of wear, but unmistakable. The same one I had lost more than a decade ago, on a beach during a trip with college friends. I recognized it by the initials engraved on the side, barely visible due to wear and tear. They were mine. Although I had never had them engraved, it was a gift, a joke from someone I no longer even remembered. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't know what to think. How could it have ended up there, after so many years. I tried to reason, to find logical explanations. Someone found it and sent it. An acquaintance, a joke. But there was no note, no clue. Just the lighter, clean, almost shiny, as if someone had taken care of it all that time. I put it in a drawer, trying not to give it any importance. But for the rest of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The days passed without incident. Sometimes I looked at the box, still on the table, as if I expected something else to appear inside, but nothing happened. Until, a week later, another one arrived. This time I found it in the afternoon when I came home from work. Like the previous one, it had no return address, just my name and address written by hand. The cardboard was the same type, the same size, even the same type of adhesive tape. I took it inside with a knot in my stomach. I knew I shouldn't be afraid of something so simple, but I felt it anyway. I opened it slowly. Inside was a hardcover notebook with a slightly cracked spine. I recognized it immediately. It was mine. Or rather, it had been mine. It was a notebook I used in high school, full of scribbles, phrases, and meaningless drawings. I lost it when I moved more than 20 years ago. I opened it with trembling hands. The first few pages were just as I remembered them, with my clumsy handwriting and notes on subjects that no longer mattered. But on the last few pages, there was something I didn't remember writing. Short, jumbled sentences in my own handwriting, but with something different. Don't forget what you lost. Everything comes back. I'm closer than you think. I stood still. The air felt thicker, as if the whole house were holding its breath. I thought someone was playing a joke on me, maybe a neighbor, someone who knew my address. But I had no enemies, not even close friends lately. My life was routine, uneventful. I found it hard to imagine anyone investing time in something like this. I put the notebook away with the lighter in the same drawer and locked it. That night, I slept little. I woke up at every noise, convinced that someone was outside. I checked the locks, the windows, the yard several times. Nothing. Just the wind moving the branches of the tree in front of the house. The third package arrived 3 days later. I wasn't surprised to see it, but it did scare me. I took it without opening it at first, left it on the table, and stared at it for hours. It had the same handwriting, the same paper, the same total lack of explanation. When I finally gathered the courage, I opened it. Inside was a photograph. It was me, about 6 or 7 years old, in the yard of the house where I grew up. My parents were in the background, blurry but recognizable. The detail that made my blood run cold was not the photo itself, but the fact that this image never existed. It was not a copy of a photo I remembered. It was one that someone else had taken from a different angle. In it, I was looking to the side, toward the spot where someone was apparently watching me. For the first time, I felt more than just unease. I felt threatened. That night, I double-locked all the doors. I left a light on in every room. I checked my emails, social media, anything that might give me a clue. Nothing. No one knew anything about those boxes. I had no close relatives, no partner, no one to ask for help without seeming paranoid. But what disturbed me most was not knowing who was doing it. It was the certainty that whoever it was knew every detail of my life, enough to find and return things that I myself had forgotten. I didn't go to work for the next 2 days. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I stayed at home, waiting, listening to every creak, every noise in the neighborhood. The worst thing was the silence. I lived in a quiet area, surrounded by identical houses with manicured lawns and identical mailboxes. It was the kind of place where people say hello, but don't ask too many questions. Sometimes I thought that indifference was what made something like this possible. On the third day, I decided to talk to someone. I went to the local police station. It was a small building with a couple of officers on duty and the smell of stale coffee. I told the officer what had happened, about the boxes, the objects, the photo. He listened without interrupting, with an expression that was a mixture of skepticism and pity. He took some notes and asked me if I had any enemies, ex-partners, debts, or any disputes. I denied everything. When I finished, he told me I could file a report, but without an explicit threat or evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do. "It's probably just a bad joke," he said, almost smiling. "If it happens again, keep the boxes. Don't throw them away. If there are fingerprints or anything like that, we'll analyze them." I nodded. I knew he didn't quite believe me. I returned home with a strange feeling, as if the simple act of telling the story had made it more real, more significant. When I arrived, I found another box on the porch. I didn't wait a second. I picked it up and took it inside. This time it was heavier. I opened it with a kitchen knife, my hand shaking. Inside were several things. A letter from my old university, dated more than 15 years ago, with my name and grades. A birthday card signed by my mother, who had died a decade ago. And at the bottom, a keyring. One I had lost years ago, with the logo of the bar where I used to work when I was young. I stared at the objects on the table. I felt a knot in my stomach, a mixture of nostalgia and pure fear. It was impossible for anyone to have them all. They were things that had disappeared in different places, at different times in my life, some hundreds of miles apart. Someone had been collecting pieces of me for years. I didn't sleep that night. I left the lights on, the TV on with the volume off, just to have some movement in the background. Every so often, I looked out the window, hoping to see something, anything, but there was no one there. The next morning, I went to the mailbox and found a white envelope with no postage stamp. Someone had left it by hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a sentence written in pencil. "Some things are never lost. They just wait to come back." The handwriting was the same as on the boxes. Round, neat, almost friendly. I decided that was enough. I called the police again. This time they came to the house. 2 officers checked the packages, took photos, asked me more questions. "It could be an admirer or someone who holds a grudge," said one of them, while the other looked at the mailbox from the window. "Are you sure there's no one who could have access to these things?" "How could anyone have access to items I lost in different states, in different years?" I replied, louder than I intended. The officer looked at me for a second before jotting something down in his notebook. Sometimes people keep more than they think they've lost. When they left, I was alone again. The house felt colder, emptier. I checked every corner, every window, every lock. Everything was in order. And yet, I felt like I was being watched. That feeling grew as the days passed. I began to notice small things. The sound of the mailbox opening when I wasn't expecting any mail. Footprints in the garden after a rainy night. The landline ringing and cutting out just as I answered. One night, while watching television, the volume went up on its own. I thought it was a malfunction of the remote control, but when I picked it up, the batteries were dead. The next package arrived the following day. This time, someone had left the box directly on the bedroom windowsill, less than a meter from where I slept. That meant they had been right there, outside, while I slept. I didn't open it right away. I stared at the box for a long time without touching it, trying to decide if I wanted to know what was inside. Finally, I did, driven by a mixture of fear and a need to understand. Inside was a cassette tape. It had no label, no markings. I took it to the basement, where I still had an old tape recorder. I pressed play. At first, all I heard was noise, a low, intermittent hum, then a voice. It was mine. I was talking, although I couldn't remember when. I recognized phrases I had once said, fragments of conversations, of moments. Some were from years ago, others more recent, even from last week. Things I had said on the phone, others I had said in my own home. I was paralyzed. The tape continued to play. As it progressed, the phrases became more personal, more intimate. I can't sleep. I feel like someone is watching me. I don't understand what they want from me. It was as if someone had recorded my thoughts, not my words. Or perhaps what I had said aloud when I thought I was alone. I turned off the recorder abruptly. I felt a sudden dizziness, as if the walls were closing in on me. I clumsily stumbled up the stairs. At that moment, I knew I wasn't crazy. Someone was inside my life, perhaps inside my house. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the floor by the window with a lamp on and the phone in my hand. Every noise made me turn my head. At 3 in the morning, I heard a soft knock, as if someone were tapping on the front door with their knuckles. I didn't move. The sound repeated itself twice more. I remained motionless, holding my breath, then silence. At dawn, I went outside. The door had a small mark, a scratch, as if someone had run their fingernail across the wood. There were no footprints. There was nothing, only the certainty that, while I slept, or tried not to, someone had been right outside. Over the next few days, I began to look around me with different eyes. The neighborhood, which until then had seemed safe and unremarkable, became a board full of threats. The lady who walked her dog every morning would stop in front of my house a few seconds longer than usual. The young man from the mail truck, a thin guy with an uneven beard and an overly friendly smile, seemed to leave the mailbox open on purpose every time he passed by. Even the neighbor across the street, whom I barely greeted, began to look at me with an insistence I hadn't noticed before. At first, I thought it was all a product of tension, but something had changed. I could feel it. The way others looked at me was no longer casual. It was as if they all knew something I didn't. I started writing down schedules: who passed in front of my house, what time the mailman arrived, when the neighbor's lights came on. I don't know what I was looking for. Maybe a pattern, an explanation. One night, while checking the security cameras I had installed 2 weeks earlier, I saw something that made my blood run cold. At 2:47 a.m., a silhouette crossed the front yard. It didn't approach the mailbox or the porch. It just stopped in front of the bedroom window and stood there, motionless, for almost a minute. The camera was low resolution, but a human figure was clearly visible. Then it turned toward the camera and raised something in its hand. A small, square object, a flashlight. It turned it on once, pointing directly at the lens. And then it disappeared. I rewound the video several times, trying to see a face. Nothing was distinguishable, but the way it moved, calm, almost confident, made me think it wasn't the first time. The next day, I called the police under the pretext of showing them the recording. The officer who came was young, with dark circles under his eyes and a tired expression. He watched it all without saying a word. When he finished, he exhaled slowly. "It's not clear who it is," he said. "It could be anyone, but if it happens again, keep everything recorded." "That's it?" I asked. "Just wait. Install more lights, maybe a louder alarm, and try not to be alone at night." That last sentence stuck with me. Try not to be alone, as if he knew something, as if someone had already chosen me. I decided to take a few more days off work. I stayed inside with the curtains closed, eating little, sleeping less. I left every box I had received on the dining room table. There were 5 in total, each one with a part of me inside. I looked at them often, trying to find a hidden message, a sequence. But there were only objects and the invisible trace of whoever had touched them. One afternoon, I received a call, an unknown number. I hesitated to answer, but I did. Silence. "Who is this?" I asked. Nothing. Just the sound of breathing, slow, controlled. I hung up. The phone rang again. This time I didn't answer. It rang twice more and stopped. When I checked the call log, there was nothing. No number, no entry. As if it had never happened. That's when I began to suspect someone closer to me. A former coworker, perhaps. Or the landlord, who had a copy of the key and rarely responded to my messages. I even thought of a woman I had dated a few months earlier. Someone reserved, obsessive, who ended the relationship without explanation. I remembered that she had once asked me about personal items, small things. "Where do you keep your important things?" she had said, half jokingly. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Now it sounded different. I thought about calling her, but what would I say? "Hi, are you sending me objects from my past to slowly torment me?" I didn't even know where she lived now. A few nights later, I received another box. It was bigger than the previous ones, with no return address as usual. This time, I didn't open it right away. I left it in the middle of the living room and stared at it for hours, as if doing so would allow me to guess its contents. Finally, I gave in. Inside were clothes, old shirts, a coat I had lost during a move years ago, and, at the bottom, a notebook. My notebook, the one I used in college to write down ideas, phrases, thoughts. I opened it with trembling hands. On the first page, where I had once written my name, there was now another phrase, in the same handwriting as the previous envelopes. "Do you like to remember?" I slammed the notebook shut. I felt a tremor run through my entire body. It was no longer just the invasion, but the manipulation. Whoever was behind this wanted to see me break. That night, I went to my neighbor's house across the street. We had never exchanged more than 2 words, but I saw the light on and took a chance. I knocked on the door. It took a while for him to open it. When he did, he looked surprised. I stammered an explanation of what was happening. I asked him to check his cameras, that maybe they had captured something. He looked at me silently for a long time, with an uncomfortable calm. Then he said, "I don't have cameras." That was a lie. I had seen them, 2 of them, right above his garage. I knew it for sure. "Oh, of course," I muttered, trying not to show my anger. I must have confused it with another house. "You should get some rest," he said, and closed the door without saying goodbye. That night, the lights in his garage stayed on until dawn. From then on, fear became routine. Checking the locks, looking out the window, searching the mailbox with gloves on. All part of a new order. Every day I waited for the next box, and when it didn't arrive, I became more uneasy. I had learned that silence can also be a threat. One early morning, as I was trying to sleep on the sofa, I heard the sound of an engine in front of the house. I peeked out from behind the curtain, a parked vehicle, the lights off. I couldn't see the driver. It remained there, motionless, for almost 10 minutes, and then drove away slowly, without accelerating. The next day, under the doormat, I found a key. Old, metal, rusty. It didn't fit any of the locks in the house. It came with a note. "I gave it back to you. You had it in your pocket that time." I stared at it for a long time. I didn't remember any key like that or any time I could have lost it. But the way the note was written made me feel exposed, as if someone knew not only my things, but my forgetfulness, my gaps. I called the police again. I told them everything, my voice trembling. They listened patiently, but I noticed the distance in their eyes, that expression that officers have when they've already classified you as the nervous guy in the neighborhood. They promised to patrol more often, but I knew they wouldn't. Weeks went by. The boxes stopped coming, but the fear remained. There were moments when I thought I heard footsteps outside, or the sound of the mailbox closing. Other times, when I looked out the window, I could have sworn I saw a figure vanishing as soon as I pulled back the curtain. I started leaving notes for myself, little reminders that what I was experiencing was real. "You didn't open the door tonight." There were no calls. It's still Tuesday. The mind looks for patterns when it can't find answers, and I had already stopped looking for them. One afternoon when I came back from shopping, I found one last box, smaller than the others. It had no label, just my address written in that same neat, almost delicate handwriting. I opened it with ritualistic slowness. Inside was a pocket mirror, mine. I recognized it immediately. It had a notch on the back from when I dropped it on a trip years ago. When I opened it, I found a piece of paper folded in 4, taped to the inside. I unfolded it. There were only 2 words written on it, this time in ink. "Stop looking." I stood still, holding the mirror, looking at my own reflection, distorted by the evening light. And for the first time, I had the feeling that maybe that was what they wanted. For me to see myself and understand that all of this, the fear, the doubts, the boxes, only existed because someone knew me better than I thought possible. But I never knew who it was, or why. Sometimes I think it was someone who really knew me. Other times, I think it was a stranger who simply decided to choose me for no reason. The truth is that even though the boxes stopped coming, I'm still waiting for the next one. Every day, when I leave or come home, I look at the porch. Sometimes, I think I see a shadow moving away just as I open the door. And then I remember the words on the paper, soft, inevitable. Stop searching. But I do it anyway. It's been almost 3 months since the last box. Time, they say, dulls things, but it only made me more perceptive. I no longer ignored the sounds of the house, the wood creaking, the refrigerator starting up, the wind seeping through the window joints. I analyze them. I measure them. Each one could be a sign. Each one could be him, whoever was behind it all. I tried to get on with my life. I went back to work, started going out a little more. But even at the office, I felt eyes on me. Sometimes I found my chair moved, my desk rearranged, a sticky note I didn't remember writing. Don't forget the meeting at 4. Small messages, insignificant, but in my handwriting, or in something that looked too much like my handwriting. One night when I came home, I noticed that the front door was ajar. I stopped dead in my tracks. There were no signs of force or breakage. Everything was just as I had left it, but something in the air was different, as if someone had been there, breathing. I entered slowly, each step amplifying the silence. On the table where the boxes had been, there was now only one, a single white one, without any marks. My throat went dry. I had sworn that the last one had been the one in the mirror. This one was new. I didn't want to go near it, but I did anyway. I opened it with an almost painful slowness. Inside was a single sheet of paper folded in 3. I unfolded it. I didn't like you stopping writing. That sentence paralyzed me. I didn't remember mentioning my notes to anyone. No one had seen them. My hands trembled. I looked for something else inside the box. Nothing. Not an address. Not an object. Just that message. That night, I slept on the sofa with the lights on. I woke up at 3:19 a.m. with the feeling that someone was watching me. I looked toward the window, a figure on the other side of the glass barely illuminated by the streetlight. It didn't move. It was just there, watching me. I jumped off the couch and ran to the door, but when I opened it, there was no one there. No footprints, no shadow, no sound. The cold air hit my face. I tried to convince myself it was an illusion, but on the glass, still fogged up from my breath, I could see something. A mark, a footprint. Not mine. I went back inside and closed all the curtains. I sat on the floor, my head in my hands, and waited for dawn. Since that night, I haven't seen anyone in front of my house, but something has changed. Small shifts. Things that are no longer where I leave them. The clock in the kitchen, which shows a different time every day even though I don't move it. A cup that appears clean when I haven't washed it. Minimal things, but constant. I called the police again. They didn't take me seriously anymore. The officer barely hid his annoyance. Maybe someone is playing a joke on you, he said. Or maybe you should get some rest. Rest. What a useless word. Last night, however, something different happened. I went out to take out the trash at dusk, and when I came back, I noticed an envelope under the door. No return address, of course. Inside, a photograph printed on plain paper. It was me, sitting on the couch, asleep. The hallway light on. The angle was impossible, taken from inside the house. I didn't call anyone. It was pointless. I just left it on the table, next to the last box, and stared at both of them for hours. I thought about all the times I had felt watched, about the days when I thought paranoia was destroying me. But now it wasn't paranoia. It was proof. Someone had been inside. I didn't sleep. I waited, motionless, until the sun began to shine through the slats of the blinds. I got up, put the photo away, and left the house without looking back. I'm writing this from a motel on the other side of the state. I don't know how long I'll stay. Maybe a few days, maybe weeks. I haven't received anything new since I left. But every time I hear footsteps in the hallway or a door closing, my body tenses up. I feel like another box will arrive at any moment with something I thought was lost, something so personal that only someone who has been watching could have it. Sometimes I convince myself that it's all over, that whoever it was got tired, found another target. But other times, like now, as I write this and hear the motel doorbell ring 3 times in a row, I can't help but look toward the door and think that maybe they already know where I am. I don't dare open it. I don't dare look through the peephole. I just wait. And deep down, I know I'll do this for the rest of my life. There is a before and after in my life, and the line that separates them is as thin as the edge of a knife, or, more precisely, like the edge of a shadow that stretches behind you, and no matter how fast you run, you can never leave behind. My name is Elena, and this is the story of how a man turned my existence into a nightmare from which I never fully awoke. Before was simple, almost ordinary. I lived in a 3rd-floor apartment in a residential neighborhood in Seattle. I worked as a graphic designer, which allowed me to telecommute most days. My life was a pleasant succession of deadlines, coffee shops, walks with my dog, Loki, and occasional dinners with friends. I was, for all intents and purposes, an invisible person in the city crowd, or so I thought. The first sign was so subtle that I almost overlooked it. One afternoon, coming back from the park with Loki, I noticed a man sitting on a bench in front of my building. He was wearing a baseball cap and a baggy jacket. I didn't pay any attention to him. The city is full of people sitting on benches. But the next day he was there again. And the next, always at the same time, always with his eyes downcast, but with a presence that, over time, began to feel like a twinge in the side of my conscience. I called him the man on the bench. It was my way of downplaying him, of pigeonholing him into the category of colorful neighborhood character. But then things started to escalate. The gifts began. One Monday, I found a bouquet of purple lilies leaning against my apartment door. There was no card. I thought it was strange, but I assumed it was a delivery mistake or an anonymous gesture from a secret neighbor. Loki sniffed the flowers suspiciously and growled. I should have listened to him. The next day, there was a small box. Inside, an expensive bottle of perfume, a fragrance I loved but only wore on special occasions. How could he know that? The knot of unease in my stomach tightened. That night, I checked the locks thoroughly and closed the blinds. The gifts became more personal, more disturbing. A photograph of me, taken from a distance as I carried shopping bags. I wasn't smiling. I looked tired. The photo was in a simple, cheap frame. There was no note, just the image, which stared back at me with a look I didn't recognize. I felt violated. Someone had captured a private moment in my life, a moment of vulnerability, and returned it to me like a trophy. I went to the police for the first time. The officer was polite but unencouraging. Without an explicit threat, Ms. Vega, it's difficult to do anything. He could be a harmless admirer, albeit a persistent one. He took note of the man on the bench, of the gifts. He gave me a case number and advised me to change the locks. I felt like I was talking to a wall. My fear was an abstract fog. For them, it needed to become a concrete fact. I changed the locks. I installed a video camera at the door. For a couple of weeks, there was a tense calm. There were no gifts. The man on the bench seemed to have disappeared. I began to breathe, to convince myself that it had been a streak of bad luck, a coincidence of strange neighbors. That's when the messages started coming. The first was a text from a number I didn't know. Purple lilies match your eyes when you're angry. I dropped my phone. My eyes are green. I was really angry when I got those flowers. I was sure no one had seen me. Unless someone was watching from somewhere where they could see my expression through the window. The messages multiplied. Always from different numbers, impossible to trace. They commented on my routines. The coffee at 10:23 a.m. smells better from the street. Loki is a good guard, but he sleeps deeply at 3 a.m. That red blouse makes you look accessible. The word approachable made my blood run cold. He was no longer an admirer. He was a hunter, and I was his prey. The harassment became bolder. One night, I woke up with a start. Loki was standing in the middle of the living room, the hair on his back bristling, growling at the bedroom window. I approached with my heart in my throat. I saw nothing but darkness, but on the windowsill, leaning against the glass, was one of my own coffee mugs, the one I used in the mornings. I must have left it in the sink. Someone had entered my apartment, taken my mug, and left it there, like a taunt, like a show of power. The window hadn't been forced. They had a key, or knew how to pick the new lock. The next day, I moved out. It was a rash and expensive decision. I packed the essentials, left the rest behind, and moved to a furnished apartment in another part of town, a modern complex with 24-hour security and a doorman at the entrance. I didn't give my new address to almost anyone. I felt like a fugitive, but also, for the first time in weeks, a little safe. The peace lasted exactly 12 days. An email arrived in my personal account, an account I didn't use for social media, which I only gave to family and very close friends. The subject line was, "Welcome to the neighborhood, Elena." The body of the message was a detailed description of my new building, the name of the doorman, the brand of coffee I bought at the corner store, and at the end, a photo. It was a picture of me, asleep in my new bed, taken from inside the room. The photo was from the night before. I screamed. It was a heart-wrenching sound that came from a place I didn't know existed inside me. Loki curled up at my feet, terrified. He had found me. Not only that, he had been inside my new sanctuary. He had been watching me sleep. The world blurred. There was no safe place anymore. This man was not a stalker. He was a ghost, a plague that infiltrated every aspect of my life. I hired a private investigator, a former police officer named Markowski. He was a serious man of few words. I told him everything. He reviewed the emails, phone numbers, photos. He shook his head. He's good, very good. He uses proxies, disposable numbers, knows how to cover his tracks. This is no amateur, Elena. Markowski helped me install a more sophisticated alarm system and taught me some basic counter-surveillance measures. But it was like playing chess with an opponent who could always see my moves. The stalker, whom Markowski began to call the Shadow, seemed to anticipate my every move. The nightmare reached its most sinister point on a rainy October night. I'd gone out to dinner with a friend, Sarah. Markowski had advised me to vary my routines, so instead of taking a taxi straight home, I got out a few blocks from my building. I wanted to walk, to feel normal for a few minutes. The rain was light and persistent, and the streets were almost empty. I walked quickly with Loki pulling on the leash, feeling the wetness of the rain on my face. That's when I felt it. That primitive sensation, the visceral certainty that I was not alone. I stopped and looked back. The street was deserted, lit by orange streetlights reflecting off the wet asphalt. Nothing. I took a deep breath, attributing it to nerves. I kept walking. A few steps ahead, I heard a crunch behind me, the sound of a shoe stepping on a branch. I turned around again. Nothing. Just the curtain of rain and the darkness between the buildings. Panic began to climb my throat. I quickened my pace, my heels clicking on the pavement. The footsteps behind me grew faster, more determined. I wasn't imagining them anymore. They were real. They were heavy. I started to run. Loki ran with me, barking now. Confused by my terror, I turned a corner, onto a narrower, poorly lit street that was a shortcut to my building. It was a mistake, a terrible mistake. A hand clamped over my mouth from behind, stifling my scream. An arm like an iron bar wrapped around my waist, lifting me off the ground. Loki let out a fierce growl and leaped, but a strong kick sent him crashing into the brick wall with a sharp yelp. "Shh, Elena," a voice whispered in my ear. It was a hoarse, rough voice, as if it wasn't used much. "I just want to talk." My body froze in terror. I could feel his heat, his breath against my neck. He smelled of cheap tobacco and sweat. It was the man from the bank, the shadow. He was real, and I had him in my arms. He dragged me into a dark alley between two buildings, away from the dim streetlight. The rain soaked us both. He released my mouth for a second, just long enough to turn me around and push me against the damp brick wall. For the first time, I saw his face. He wasn't the monster I had imagined. He was an ordinary man, with a thin, gaunt face, and pale blue eyes that reflected nothing. There was no anger, no lust, no emotion whatsoever. Just a complete emptiness, as terrifying as any hatred. He wore a baseball cap, and the rain had soaked his jacket. "You've been very difficult to reach, Elena," he said, his voice a flat murmur. "But I like that. It adds flavor to the game." "What do you want?" I managed to stammer, my teeth chattering as much from the cold as from fear. "Everything," he replied simply. "Your routine, your fears, your scent. You're a fascinating book, and I want to read every page." He reached out and touched my cheek. His touch was cold and wet like the rain. I recoiled, but the wall was solid behind me. "You're mine," he continued, as if stating an unquestionable fact. "Only mine. And soon you'll stop running. You'll tire. And then, we can truly be together." At that moment, a car drove past the end of the alley, its headlights briefly sweeping the darkness. The light blinded him for an instant. It was the opportunity I needed. With a strength I didn't know I had, I raised my knee and drove it into his groin with all my might. He let out a growl of pain and surprise, his grip loosening. I broke free and ran out of the alley, screaming like a madwoman. Loki, staggering but conscious, ran alongside me. I didn't look back. I ran to the door of my building, where the doorman, alarmed by my screams, let me in immediately. I called the police. I called Markowski. They arrived in minutes. They searched the alley. There was no one there, only the rain washing away any possible evidence. There were no fingerprints, no witnesses. The shadow had vanished again. That night marked an even deeper turning point. It was no longer just fear, it was trauma. I had looked into the eyes of the void, and the void had looked back at me. Markowski redoubled his efforts. The police, now more involved, put discreet surveillance on my building, but he had disappeared. The messages stopped. The gifts stopped. The man on the bench never reappeared. It was as if the encounter in the alley had been his farewell, or perhaps a reminder that he could reach me whenever he wanted. Weeks passed. Months. The police investigation went cold. They had no leads. They had no name. Markowski reached a dead end. It's as if he's vanished into thin air, Elena. Or he just lost interest. He lost interest. The idea was almost more terrifying than his presence. It meant that his obsession had been a whim, a game that ended when it stopped being fun. I had been just a toy, and now I was broken, and he was on his way, perhaps looking for his next victim. They never found him. That's the most horrible part of it all. There was no dramatic arrest, no final confrontation, not even the macabre certainty that he was dead. There is only a silence that extends to this day, a silence that is filled with his absent presence. I moved again, this time to another city. I changed my number, my email, my name on social media. I live with paranoia as my roommate. I check the locks 3 times before going to sleep. I jump at any unexpected noise. Loki has become more protective, and sometimes, on quiet nights, he still growls at the window, at a nothingness that only he seems to perceive. The stalker got away. He vanished into the city fog, an anonymous predator who tore my life apart and then moved on. I don't know his name. I don't know his face beyond those empty eyes in the rain. And not knowing the eternal uncertainty is the worst part of the nightmare. Because in any ordinary face, in a crowd, in any shadow moving at the edge of my vision, there is the possibility that it is him, waiting, or perhaps simply watching again, starting a new game.